24-hour spaces and so on that are covering it, but usually it's information that is very unconfirmed. It's mixed in with a lot of speculation. For those who have joined my spaces before, I like to discuss the news, but then add a heavy dose of additional reporting from here on Twitter that draws on accounts that look at open source information. And there are some terrific sources here where you can get detail that just generally doesn't make it to the mainstream media, if at all, certainly not for several days. This is part of a larger project. In our normal spaces that I hold on Thursday nights and Sunday afternoons, we'll go into tips and techniques for open source intelligence work, so that people who join us can bring their skills up. And we often try to highlight great projects. We have interesting guests on to talk about the work that they're doing in order to inspire people and build some collaboration. To that end, we'll have one of those regularly scheduled spaces tomorrow afternoon at 4 p.m. Eastern time. And so hopefully you're not too burned out from all the news in the last day, and you come and join us then. So this conversation is only about what has happened with the Wagner revolt. Just as a note, I will refer to it as a revolt. I know some people will refer to it as an insurgency or a rebellion or a coup. I'm not too hung up on the terminology. I understand it may make a difference to students of war studies, but I'm just going to go with revolt, as it seems to be fairly neutral on that front. These spaces rely a fair bit on the use of the nest, and that's the area at the top of the spaces window where links to individual tweets get posted. The reason I do that is because I really don't want you to have to take my word for very much. One of the benefits of these spaces I run, I think, is that I'm really bringing things with sourcing to you. And that way you don't have to rely on what I say. It also means that if you are interested in something, you have a starting point for further reading. If you were to look at the post in the far right-hand side of the nest, that's the invitation to today's space. If you click through it, there's a long thread. That's the agenda for today. You can look at the content there if you want to get ahead a little bit. These spaces, I do try to make them participatory. I find that you get some great input here on Twitter. So if you have a comment or a question, you can request the mic and we'll try and bring you up. Because it's an ambitious schedule, I don't know how long I'm going to run. It may be an hour, it may be 2. It partly depends on the content. In that I, put it together in the last couple of hours. But we may have to move fairly quickly. So we'll, take comments from the audience every so often, but, no offense if we have to move along. Okay, I think that's most of the introductory material. I'll start on the right-hand side of the nest. If you want to add in a comment, come up and we'll try and get the conversation going. So the first item in the far right-hand side of the nest is the invitation to today's space. Again, you can click through that to the agenda. The second item from the right is the invitation for tomorrow's space. So if you'd like to set a reminder, you can do that. With the third item back, we're going to start with some maps that came out from the revolt. The reason I start with this is it's always helpful to try to picture what's happened, and these will often highlight some accounts doing good work. I'll put up the tweets individually in the nest because it makes it easier to reveal the graphics in that way. And so these 3 tweets that I selected, the first is from Damien Simon, who does great mapping work. He's done, cooperative work on mapping in the war in Ukraine. And the map that he's put together, I particularly liked because it highlighted not only the route that the Wagner forces pushed toward Moscow, but it had some of the notable events along, including where they encountered contact, where there were relevant military facilities, and so on. So I thought that was a great way to combine some of the time elements and the spatial elements. I also put up a map that was retweeted by Kevin Rothrock, just because I find it often helpful to see what's being discussed locally. Kevin is the editor of Medusa, and this map was from another publication, Verstka. But I like to see the different ways they're covered. There were several other OSINT maps that were put together, but because of how quickly events were breaking, they were pretty bare bones. And given the rapid turn in fortunes about 2 hours ago with the announcement that a deal had been reached and Wagner would be withdrawing, the territorial control issue, it's more a novelty of, what happened as opposed to what is going to happen. Finally, I just wanted to highlight the tweet from Jeff Brumfield, who does some great work. He did some good threads on the damage caused by the destruction of the Kakova Dam, and he noted that relying on Google Maps can actually give you a fair bit of information, because you'll get reports in many cases of closures or high traffic, particularly bridges, which we'll get to when we talk about the way the defenses were prepared, particularly against the push toward Moscow. So in addition to the maps, which helpfully set out the context, I also have some text summaries. The reason I include these is because there are lots of great accounts that essentially sort of live tweet these whole events. And I want to highlight the accounts that have done good work in that way. Some of these folks broke it up across 2 or 3 threads. I'm not going to include all of the work that they had, but there's lots of great detail. I also find it helpful to look at these live tweet threads after the fact, because it reveals to you just how much misinformation and uncertainty there is in the moment, because you'll see lots of things that they realize after the fact were not correct or were disproven. So it's always kind of a neat time capsule. The threads that I've picked just off the top of my head, because they tended to be among the most comprehensive as I was looking at these events, I'm going to start, I've moved them up to the nest, so they should all appear in just a moment. The first of which is the thread from GeoConfirmed, which I'll often go with because they're a collective group. You get more people looking at the questions, and because they're trying to map things geographically, you get that additional value of some verification behind the pictures and events that they're selecting. And GeoConfirmed, of course, has their map and their website at, I think it's geoconfirmed.org, if I'm not mistaken. So there's always that backstop of being able to see the information integrated into context. I also picked out some threads from Eric Toller, who is a great researcher who is working with Bellingcat. And a lot of the most critical, I find he has a good handle on relevance. So a lot of the most critical events as they occurred wound up in his threads. I've actually picked 2 of his, basically one that he ran yesterday, and then one that he started this morning, just so if you didn't follow the events as they were occurring, you might like looking at them in that sort of a timeline. I also put up a thread from Sam Bendet, who is a friend of the space. He works at the Center for Naval Analysis, and for his work, he's very active on Telegram. And so he was pulling a lot of additional context on what people were saying in the background. So I appreciated his thread. Pardon me, I'm just going to take a drink.
I'll just take a minute to remind everybody that if you're appreciating what you're hearing, you can go down to the bottom right-hand corner and you'll see the little comment box. If you click on that, there's a tweet to the space, and you can share that out to others to bring them in to be part of the conversation. If you do want to be part of the conversation, hit the mic button in the left hand of the screen, and that'll give you a request to come up and speak. And as you see these things get added to the nest, we will add them in replies to the space down below. So watch there if you're looking for some of the resources that we've put up.
Thank you for that. Those of you who listen to my regular spaces know I had to cancel last Sunday because I was under the weather. I had more or less recovered, and then, of course, a night with very little sleep has not done too much to help my voice. So apologies. Hopefully it'll hold out. So I mentioned the GeoConfirmed. I mentioned the threads from Eric Toller, Sam Bendet, and then there were also some good threads put together by Max Seddon, who is a journalist who writes with the Financial Times. He's their Moscow bureau chief. And the particular thread I've included there is his thread from today, essentially consolidating updates since the announcement that a deal had been reached and Wagner would be withdrawing. So with those summaries in the book, I'm going to start essentially running through a brief timeline of how events occurred, and probably most of you followed these as they were happening. Hopefully you'll bear with me. I found that as I was putting it together, even having been following it closely yesterday, that I found having it sort of put out in a linear timeline helped to understand the events that much more. And I find value anyway in the idea of having tweets or sources for all of these things in a sort of chronological way. So these are slowly making their way to the nest. I just have two more to add. So a lot of these events started yesterday with an expansion of the existing feud between Wagner, Prigozhin, and the Ministry of Defense. And it didn't seem like his statements were any more extreme than they had been in the last week or so. He had definitely been getting more and more aggressive in his demands. But what seemed to change is that yesterday he filed an application with the investigative committees in Russia in order to request the arrest of Shoigu, who is the Minister of Defense, and Gerasimov, who is the, I believe he's the Chief of Staff of the Russian military. And it's not clear, it's kind of a chicken and egg problem at this point. It's not clear whether his submission of that request for their arrest was inspired because he believed they were going to move against him, or whether it was the other way around. Perhaps both of the feuding parties were attempting to make moves at the same time. But in any event, that was the first thing that happened yesterday on this front. However, pretty quickly after that, you'll see it should be the second item in the nest. I'm just making sure it's all populated. Yeah. So the second item in the nest, a video was put out on Wagner channels claiming that the Russian Ministry of Defense had launched a missile strike against a Wagner training camp. Now, warning, if you watch that video, it is graphic. There claimed to be casualties in the end of the video. If you were to click through to that tweet from Cloud, you'll also see that he includes his sources. He links it to the original Telegram posts, and it's both the video and then also an accompanying audio track that was put up by Prigozhin, in which he was responding to this claimed missile strike, and essentially saying that it was outrageous and that they were now essentially, enemy of the Ministry of Defense. And I don't think he didn't explicitly come out at that time and suggest that he was going to launch a coup, but he basically said that there would be revenge against them for these actions. And that kicked off a number of events that happened pretty quickly. Before moving to those, I'll just point out an interesting side note, perhaps historical. The third item in the nest, Eric Toller, in seeing this video of the claimed missile strike, noted that it was at the same location as a video that was put out by Wagner at one of their training sites just the other day, sort of as a promotional video. And so it was almost immediately geolocated, which I thought was an interesting quirk. The fourth item back in the nest is the war-translated version of that audio clip that Prigozhin put up, where he essentially declared war. I don't think he used those words exactly in this clip, but that was certainly how it was received by most. But I just want to highlight that if these were Wagner's basis to kick off these events, there was a fair bit of doubt about their authenticity from analysts in the West. So the fifth item back in the nest is Rob Lee, and he was voicing concerns about the circumstances associated with it, essentially saying he finds it extremely unlikely that the Russian Ministry of Defense would have undertaken a missile strike on Wagner at a time when it's so heavily tied up with the Ukrainian offensive. And I think that was, a valid criticism. It's, of course, analytical, so it doesn't mean that the missile strike didn't occur, but Rob's a smart guy, so I pay attention when he says things. And then quickly, the sixth item back in the nest, again, Eric Toller of Bellingcat, who expressed the suspicions of many, essentially saying, if this were a significant missile strike, there's really not a lot of footage in the video that shows the consequences of a large strike. Essentially, there was a trench line that had a couple of fires burning in it, where it was impossible to tell what was on fire. And then right at the end of the video, there appeared to be remains of somebody killed in that strike, but it didn't imply that there was more than one deceased. And so, even if, I guess the implication would be that if it was not an authentic video, that they wouldn't have had to fake it with a lot of, dead bodies in the video. So those were his criticisms. But I see Exit, you have your hand up. Do you want to go ahead?
Yeah, I guess I would just echo what you had said. I've been asking a number of people since yesterday what their analysis was of that video, and especially what munition they maybe thought was used, because some of the first discussions that I had with people was that they really didn't understand what munition it could have been that would do that kind of damage. You saw a lot of destruction to like the leaves on the trees, for instance, but not a lot of the other kinds of destruction, like fires, like larger fires and more marks of burning and things like that you might expect to see depending on what munition was used. And so it would be really interesting to me, now that we're kind of past some of the big exciting parts, if anybody does see some analysis of it and a breakdown of what that video actually shows, I would love to see it and would love to have it shared here. So please come up and do that.
Yeah, it's so brief and there's not a lot of detail on it. I imagine that it would present its own challenges in terms of figuring that out specifically. But, if anybody can do it, I imagine, for example, the folks at Bellingcat will probably be working hard on the question. We have another speaker, so we'll go to Vikar and then we'll continue with the updates.
Thank you. Is it possible to talk about the possibility of false flags, or we have to follow some sequence?
I'm sorry, I didn't catch the concept. What kind of a sequence did you want to talk about?
I mean, the discussion, we can come up with new points, or we have to follow, the pattern set by you, because there is an important factor of the possibility of false flag, the entire thing. And I just want to highlight 3-4 points.
I think he's asking if we're going to follow a format, and I think.
Yeah, sorry, thanks, Kitty. I didn't realize my mic was muted. What I would say, Vicar, is it might mean that you'll have to wait a little bit, but what I'm hoping to do is run through our understanding of the facts, and then I've left more of the investigation of motives, what's likely to happen next, those items that are a little bit more speculative, including suggestions that it might be a false flag for the end, so that way we don't have the conversation become engaging and sort of throw us off track. We can get to it once we've gone through the facts. Hopefully that works for you.
All right. Yeah.
Thanks very much. Okay. I think that I have the next block of materials up in the nest. So I totally understand where Vicar is coming from. Since we're expressing doubts about the possibility of that video, but the idea might be that the premises of Wagner were not authentic, but I suspect that if Vicar is going to refer to false flag, that he might be talking about it on a grander scale, so we'll save that till the end. But looking at the new set of materials, if you look at the first item in the nest now on the left, some of this was supported by analysis of the metadata of Prigozhin's audio uploads at the time. And it was noted that the recordings were made considerably earlier, and it appeared that they were scheduled for release, which, if the strike had only just occurred, you would imagine that it would be a much more authentic real-time release, and that was one thing that was being pointed to. I'll note it was first raised by Russian no-bloggers who probably are more sympathetic to the Kremlin perspective, and so their interpretation of it may be biased, but it doesn't change the idea that it was recorded in advance and then only released later. Of course, there could be other reasons for that, including that the attack did occur, but that Wagner felt like they needed more time in order to make preparations for what they foresaw coming next before coming out and making a statement on it. So there are different ways to interpret that. But since it's a theory that's floating around out there, I wanted to raise it. Now, all of these contribute to trying to ask the question, was this all a pre-planned series of events that didn't develop particularly organically? So the second item in the nest, again, it's the same Russian no-blogger, Rybar, who is also noting that there were some fairly extensive security measures that were already being taken in Moscow. And apparently that was in connection with a drive to search for, I'm going to air quotes, right, Ukrainian saboteur and reconnaissance groups. But it also raises the suspicion that if some of these security measures were being taken in Moscow in advance, that perhaps it wasn't only Wagner who had pre-planned some of these events. Perhaps both sides foresaw them coming for a day or more, and that they were taking steps to get ready at the same time. The third item back in the nest is another suggestion people have made, which is there were reports in Russian media that some Wagner fighters at a higher rate were making calls to their relatives and essentially saying goodbye to them, suggesting that they also had some advance notice that they would be mobilized in the next day or so. Combined with the idea of pre-planning, some are also pointing to the timing idea, which is that it's possible, since it occurred on a Friday night, that was selected because of the idea that troops may not be as active on a Friday night as it leads into a weekend, particularly those that are based still within Russian territory, and that there would be more troops on leave. They may be drinking a little bit more, therefore they may not be as ready, suggesting that some time may have been taken to plan these events. Now, I'm presenting these ideas to you. Of course, these aren't, OSINT verifiable. I'm just, if we're considering how did these events occur, I'm passing along the theories. Finally, if you have a look at the fifth item back in the nest, there was also speculation that if Wagner had any inkling that it would have to go essentially on a bit of its own offensive, that it would have taken time to plan that, just as a practical matter. And the possibility that over the last 1 or 2 months, that if Wagner was complaining about having a shortage of delivery of ammunition, that may potentially have been a ploy, to cast even to the Ministry of Defense, which may not have a great handle on its own distribution of supply, the idea that Wagner was particularly short in an effort for them to stockpile certain types of munitions in case they needed to go on the offensive. The sixth item back in the nest is, again, it's coming from a pro-Kremlin source on Telegram, but they're just making the argument that based on the complexity of what occurred, in that Wagner had very definite objectives, it was able to launch 2 separate columns of equipment toward 2 different targets, and that it had several bits of media and promotional material ready at hand, that's not the sort of thing that could have been developed in just a few days, and probably would have taken several weeks to prepare. My next block of material is going to be about some of that Wagner prep material. I don't know if anybody has any thoughts while I go to add that to the nest. Feel free to jump in with a comment. Otherwise, I will put the material up. I'll be back in just a moment.
Go ahead, Peter.
Yeah, I was going to say there have been some people questioning about, false flags or whether this was all just dramatic. And I do want to point out that there are bodies, there are destroyed vehicles, there are crews of shot down helicopters and aircraft. So although it's easy for us to say this is all for the cameras or all this is all just, some sort of Potemkin, Battleship Potemkin village, as it were, I don't think it was. I think that there was some earnestness to what happened here. People were ready to shoot, and there were, in fact, casualties. But there is something still artificial about the whole thing. And I don't think we know enough yet to make a prediction as to how much of it was for drama or show and how much of it was in earnest. Was this a bluff or some sort of demonstration on behalf of the powers that be? And was that head off at the pass because of the negotiations? So I think it'll take us a while to really sort through the tea leaves on this. But again, there are bodies. So it was not just a pretend thing. It's not just, like a conspiracy theory, shot on a back lot in Hollywood, as it were.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. And in a few minutes, we will get to a discussion of the casualties and equipment losses. We have some materials on that. I'm not suggesting that it was entirely a false flag. A lot of those comments that I just referred to were not suggesting that the entire thing was inauthentic or that it was coordinated with the Kremlin, so much as that it was a plan made in advance, certainly by Wagner. Whether they were acting with anybody else is something that can be debated, but that it implies that they had been planning for several days or weeks, just based on the complexity and amount of planning that would have been required. We have a couple hands, so we'll go through them fairly quickly, and then I'll get back to updates. Just the order they came up, I'll go to Colby and then Vikar. Go ahead, Colby.
Thanks. Just sort of briefly concur with Peter. Russia has a long history of conducting false flag operations, but they're pretty much always made against civilian targets. I struggle to recall any instance in which Russia has destroyed its own military assets in any sort of false flag operation. Just not something that they do. So I struggle with the idea that they would willingly destroy very valuable hardware, such as attack helicopters, which are in quite short supply right now, in some sort of false flag operation. The only false flag of any sort that there seems to possibly been is Prigozhin's allegation that his base suffered a rocket attack by the Russian army. That seems to be very suspect, and that was kind of alluded to earlier. And all of the analysis that I have seen from people that are doing good OSINT work is that the video is very suspect. Is pretty grainy, so you can't make out too much. But what you could see, it did not look very credible. That site had just been hit by rockets based on the damage that was visible in the video. So I don't buy the false flag claims.
Yep, I hear you. That's probably going to be a consistent sentiment. Since we got into it a little bit, Vicar, go ahead, but we'll only maybe spend another minute or two on this topic.
Okay, I'll try to make it very quick. Basically, I'll just cover 4 or 5 strategic points why it appears to be false flag. Number one, it starts and finishes in 24 hours, and everybody's all right. Suddenly, the Belarusian president comes in out of nowhere, and he settles the issue. The other is the strength of Wagner Group is just 25,000, and only Don on Rostov on Don has, I think, 3 large military commands, and then they have 2 naval bases under command. So I'm sure they had at least 50,000 troops to defend, and looks very, very, I think, unlikely that they could go and at least even capture part of Rostov on Don. Then comes the basic question: in case they were advancing on Moscow. I'm a military officer, a retired 1-star general. You got to have supplies, fuel, and all that, and even if you calculate the troops past a point, it will take about more than 2 days to reach Moscow, and you have to have logistics. So it was not there on the ground. And then the last point is that probably in this fog, which was then boosted by what was coming from the other side, the information operations, probably Russian military has shifted forces towards northeast of Ukraine. If you look at Akhmat group coming to replace where the Wagner was there, and Wagner then moves up. So there is a possibility that and then Putin mobilizes almost 300,000 troops. I'm not very sure, but in the garb of purging the revolution. So is he concentrating forces in this dust picked up by a revolution? So this is, I think, a quick update.
Okay, Vicar. So I hear that your points are with regard to it being a more coordinated, inauthentic event. What I'll just say is toward the end, we may have some time to discuss that in a little bit more detail. We've heard your points, and they'll probably set some of the foundation for that later discussion. But I am trying to focus on what happened, and I'll only note that many of the experts watching this started out very skeptical, and that now that it's all come to pass, a lot of them are putting out comments about, we really don't understand what we just saw. And so in that state of confusion, it doesn't mean that it was inauthentic. I have a point toward the end where one of the blocks of tweets, I start with a note about how a lot of people are going to try to approach this from a rational actor theory, when it could just be that a bunch of people were acting irrationally or acting on very incomplete information, and that it's really hard to distinguish those things. And if you try and force it into the concept that everybody's acting rationally and with full information, then it might lead to some analytical mistakes. But we will maybe get into some of those comments Vicar made toward the end. Gunther, do you want to go ahead quickly?
Oh, hi. Just had a quick question. So if Shoigu and Drosov are still left in power at the MOD, that to me seems like a good thing. Comments?
Again, not to make you wait, but a lot of the material about what's going to happen now, after these events, I've tried to leave toward the end so that the conversation doesn't derail the running through the discussion of what happened. And so perhaps you don't mind being patient, and we can discuss some of those toward the end. Jumping back to updates, with this idea that Wagner would have been potentially preparing for this for several days, there are a few media items that are up in the nest. So if you have a look at the first item, that audio recording that Prigozhin put out criticizing the MOD for the attack on their base, the claimed attack on their base, apparently was then fairly quickly broadcast on several Russian TV channels. It was, reported. There was video and audio from several locations. It's not clear how widespread that was, but that's a sophisticated step to either get access to those channels or sort of pirate over top of the signal, which is interesting. We've seen that done by the Russian, the Freedom of Russia Corps and others in their raiding into Belgorod. So it's not unheard of, but it is interesting to see it used here. The second item back in the nest notes that Wagner had reportedly been working for some time, days, if not weeks, to reach out to former members in order to get their contact details. Apparently, the message conveyed to them at that time wasn't that they would be needed at any specific moment. It was really just to get an understanding of where are you located now, what's your condition, would you, do you still have loyalty to Wagner as an organization? And some go a little bit further than that and suggest that they were told they should ready themselves, but that they should essentially wait for a signal to be called up for further service. And excuse me. And so actually the third item back in the nest is an article from Medusa that speaks to that very thing, where a veterans group had been told they may be called up and that they should stand at combat readiness awaiting a further instruction. The fourth item back, just as an example of some flyers that went up, that were calling on Russian service members to side with Wagner in this revolt. And the fact that they were ready to go, I mean, perhaps they were prepared on the fly just within hours. But again, taken in combination with the telephone campaign and the broadcast of Prigozhin's message over Russian airwaves, it suggests that there was a bit of a coordinated media campaign on that front. I'm going to queue up a couple more resources. I'm wondering, perhaps, Exit, could you just remind the folks about YouTube?
You bet I could. So up in the nest, the very first tweet that you will see is a link to some friends of ours, friends of the space, who stream the conversation to YouTube. And if you'd like to watch as you follow along, you can absolutely hit the link up there and give us a visit over there. There's usually Planet, who is down in the listeners, monitoring the comment section. So if you have some questions, you can put them in there as well, and we might be able to bring them up in the space here.
Thanks for that. The next block of material should be populating in the front of the nest right now. And so after Prigozhin made these comments, and there was a sudden flurry of sort of Wagner-related media, then it seemed like the information battle was on. And so the first step that came out in terms of Russian response was the National Anti-Terrorism Committee, which demanded that Wagner stop all illegal actions, and an announcement that they were going to initiate a criminal case against this suspected rebellion. So right out of the gate, some Kremlin-affiliated organizations or Kremlin-loyal organizations were already starting to call it an armed rebellion, even before it seemed like anybody on the ground had made a move. Very shortly after the Anti-Terrorism Committee came out, then the Russian Prosecutor General decided to step in as well, and this was within a matter of hours, and said that he was charging Prigozhin with organizing an armed insurrection, which is a charge that faces up to 20 years in prison. And so, there had been a few more developments by the time that these charges were announced, but it all happened remarkably quickly, suggesting that the sorts of approvals at a high level that would be necessary to make these things happen politically had been either prearranged or there was enough pressure that they were ready to go. The next strike in the info battle was that in some of the regions it was believed Wagner would be entering, there were internet restrictions. So the third item back in the nest is a tweet from NetBlocks, who does great work. They'll often note outages of the internet, either in areas where there's fighting because of damage to the networks, or sometimes it can be a proxy for the outage of electricity and the networking systems go down. In this case, they can also track the effects of essentially censorship. And interestingly, it wasn't across the board. They didn't take whole networks down. It was a little bit more careful than that. You'll see the next few tweets have other steps they took. But in this particular case, one of the earliest sets was to take down a Google News aggregator platform, just to limit the ability for organic news to be distributed. Further to that, though, you'll see in the fourth item back in the nest, pretty quickly, Russian prosecutors forced the closure of Wagner's pages on vContact, which is like the Russian equivalent of Facebook, trying to cut their ability to communicate with their networks. Interestingly, on that censorship front, another point, the fifth item back in the nest, there had been an informal ban for about the last month on the discussion of Wagner in mainstream Russian media. And this was as Prigozhin's criticism became more and more heated. It had become very dramatic, I guess, for the Russian populace, and the Kremlin had wanted to limit Prigozhin's reach. So they had banned coverage of Wagner at all. And in this case, because they now wanted to get their own message out criticizing Wagner's actions, they had to make an announcement to the media that it was now permissible to discuss Wagner. And of course, they started to feed them their view on how things were developing. In the information fight, one thing that was surprising throughout is, given that Russia was able to strike down the vContact pages and to limit Google News aggregation, it seemed like Wagner and Prigozhin managed to maintain access to their Telegram accounts throughout the whole revolt. And this tweet, sixth back in the nest, from Shashank Joshi, who's the defense editor of The Economist, is noting that in the new modern digital age, what that means is that whereas in the past there would be rushes to the radio towers and television stations, now the rush is to control social media accounts. Because the Telegram accounts did not go down, that would be interesting to look into, because there's been debate over whether Telegram is under Russian control or cooperating with Russia. I know there were profiles of Telegram early on in the war about its Russian founder and how he had moved outside of Russia and generally was opposed to the Kremlin's policies. And so there has been subsequent criticism that the security measures of Telegram are not that great. and that those security loopholes can be exploited by Russian authorities. It seems like when it comes, in order to track people at the individual account level, it seems like the Russian ability to just shut down accounts it doesn't exist. They couldn't achieve it in the same way that they did with vContact. So I'm now populating the next block, which is the continuation of the information battle. And this is after trying to cut Wagner off. The Kremlin tried to essentially flood the field with friendly voices and faces, criticizing Wagner and calling on them to stop. The two most notable of those were two generals who were brought in to film videos. The first in the nest is the video that was filmed by General Surovikin, who was known to have a closer relationship with Wagner. Surovikin had at one point been in charge of the entire of the Russian military effort in Ukraine. And he was appointed to that position while Ukraine was undertaking the Kherson offensive. There was speculation that he was put in charge at a moment where retreat or withdrawal would be necessary in an effort to, discredit him, put additional pressure on him by putting him into a failing situation. After which he was then reduced to more localized command again, as Gerasimov once again took direct control of the overall fighting by the Russians in Ukraine. But Surovikin is still regarded as close to Wagner. And so it was interesting that he was drawn on as the first voice to be pushed forward by the Kremlin. There were a couple of, so that first post in the nest is the video. The second post in the nest is a text readout of what he said, if that's easier for you to process. There were some interesting observations made about the way he filmed that video, though. So if you look at the third item back, that's Dara Massacott of the RAND Institute, who's noting that in the video, he wasn't wearing his rank tabs and that he also had a rifle on his knee, which a lot of people thought was an unusual step. It's not clear whether that was for a prop or whether, it felt like it was necessary under the circumstances. But people were definitely trying to read body language tea leaves. The fourth item back was another video that was released just after Surovikin's, which was the General Alexeyev, who had held a very senior position, and he similarly called on Wagner to cease their actions. It's not clear to me that he was as influential as Surovikin would be. And people suggested that while Surovikin was reading his report, but seemed fairly confident, that Alexeyev seemed a lot less assertive in his statements. So again, people were trying to parse body language. I'll pause for a moment. Aaron, do you want to go ahead? Looks like Aaron dropped down. We'll try and get him back in a little bit. I'll just keep going through updates. Oh, I'm seeing hands pop up again.
Hey,
we'll go to Aaron. Go ahead. Yep.
Thanks, Michael. Boys, amazing what it's been the last 24 hours. I'm interested to see what happens between Prigozhin and Lukashenko and what kind of deal.
So Aaron, we're running through sort of an orderly agenda. Toward the end, we're going to have a little bit more open discussion. I'm happy to take comments on the specific things as we're running through them. So if you wanted to speak on these videos of the generals, you're welcome to. Otherwise, if you hang out, then when we get to the discussion at the end, we'll bring in your thoughts on the deal.
I think these generals are, of course, they're told to do this, and they're told, they're yes men, right? But I mean, they're told to. Putin is very wary about his inner circle right now. I think he's completely petrified. And that's what I'm thinking right now.
Okay, thanks, Aaron.
Thanks.
Yep, and hopefully we'll get back to your points as we get deeper into the discussion. Quickly, before I go to other hands, the fifth item back in the nest, given the release of these videos of the generals, there was a pretty prompt Wagner response where they essentially said that all generals who tell the musicians with shaking hands that they must stop have actually signed their own sentence, and that Surovikin will be responsible for the surrender of Kherson. And so it's interesting that they immediately dismissed it and didn't put a lot of calling Surovikin out, and didn't put a lot of credit on the fact that they apparently had an existing relationship. So I think that was it for my material on sort of the initial information battles. Now we'll get to the physical movements. Before that, we'll go to exit.
Just my one comment on all of those information things is that they very much seem like they were aimed at the Wagner forces and not so much to any of the Russian forces, which I think probably speaks to how much contact that Russian infantry and Russian forces on the front line actually have with the outside world, or with the internet, things like that. It's probably a lot less, and they don't need as much. They aren't so worried about interacting with those people and fighting the information battle with them specifically.
Well, I appreciate that insight. If anybody has any thoughts on that, you're welcome to come up and we can chat about that a little bit more. But it was fairly striking how quickly both sides got into the information battle, and they clearly knew it was an important battleground, given the amount of effort that they put into it. Jane, go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say, this has been a truly mind-boggling 24 hours, to put it mildly, and I think that we are definitely seeing the importance of information and how information can manipulate the narrative and truly just disinform and, create an utter mess of there have been so many vectors that seemed reasonable over the course of this time as information evolved. But I think disinformation has just shown its power as well. I think that we have been all over the map, and I don't think that we have seen the end of this either. So I don't think that we can, as a collectively, underestimate the importance of information warfare going forward. Absolutely.
Mm-hmm. It certainly played a major role here, and it's interesting, given the effort that appears to have been put into it, how skeptically outside observers looked at more or less everything that was coming out from both Wagner and the Kremlin. Given they think it's important and that it seems to be so widely used, interesting that the West may not have been the intended audience. It would be interesting to look at how effective it was on the intended audiences. That's just a harder thing to evaluate, of course.
Absolutely. Can I just counter with one thing here?
Of course. Yeah.
Actually, unimportant. Please, go on.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, we may get more detail in the coming days on who knew what when, but that's not guaranteed. It certainly would add to our understanding. Okay, so now after the information battles, on to sort of setting the stage physically. So there were reports that quite early on, I think within 2 hours or so, of Prigozhin releasing his critical audio clip, and very shortly after the announcement from the National Anti-Terrorism Center that they would be pressing charges against him, there were reports that I suppose Moscow had an idea that Wagner would be pushing toward Rostov already. And so there were reports very quickly that there were many aircraft that apparently carried SOBR, which are sort of a special operations police unit, toward Rostov. Although I didn't see very much evidence of them in Rostov. And so given they moved so quickly, I'm not sure what role they ultimately played. The second item back in the nest then talks about the idea of the fortress plan, which is sort of an anti-coup plan that exists. And apparently that was all scrambled. There were lots of posts about sort of light armored vehicles starting to roll around Moscow, and fencing was put up in the Kremlin. Access to the Kremlin was restricted. There was an announcement that there would be no work this coming Monday. There were, a lot of anticipation of what was going to happen. One thing in that second tweet in the nest that struck me is that, interestingly, in TASS, which is one of the primary Russian news outlets, apparently they talk about the elements of the fortress plan being implemented, but they then say that that it's the equivalent, but that it's specifically the fortress plan itself has not been implemented. I don't know whether that was an attempt to try to save face, as in, things aren't as bad as we need the emergency plan. We're just taking a lot of steps that sort of add up to the emergency plan, which I thought was interesting. And then another early step on the sort of chessboard, the third item back in the nest, was Russian police raiding the Wagner Group's St. Petersburg offices. And so the third item back is a media report on that front. The fourth item back was some open source video that appeared to show police units, tactically moving in on those headquarters, came out. This didn't happen. I think it took a good 4 or 5 hours for this to occur. It was speculated on immediately that it would be a move that would be made. Apparently, it took a little bit of time for them to carry it out. The fifth item back in the nest, there were public press releases made about things that were secured in those raid on Wagner's offices, including some alternative passports that Prigozhin had. There's a funny story on that put out by Mark Krutov of Radio Free Europe about how that secondary passport is apparently one that he obtained with a lookalike for the purposes of traveling to Europe on a faked document, sort of to embarrass the European Union. So it's, it had a political purpose, and it's not necessarily for criminal purposes. But then at the Wagner offices, they also found quite a lot of cash. There were actually some photos put up of piles of boxes that were reportedly just full of rubles. And so if you have a look at the sixth item back in the nest, Prigozhin felt compelled to come out with an explanation for that. And this is the translation from War Translated, where he explained that Wagner has been paying bonuses to the family of Wagner fighters who have been injured or killed, and also that Wagner has to carry out most of its businesses in cash. And those are, at least to me, both believable, and there were several reports in the weeks before the revolt that Wagner was feeding a lot of cash into the Russian market, and telling the recipients of it, family of those injured and killed, not to deposit it in banks because there was the potential for it to be confiscated. So I actually find this excuse for why there was so much cash in the raid, fairly plausible. Jacoby, do you want to go ahead?
Yeah, I had seen a couple items about that and found it interesting that he not only felt the need to comment on it and expand on it, but take issue with how appeared to have been found based on the reporting that was coming out. I think he allegedly took issue in his statement with the reporting that one large bus or van and a couple other small vehicles were found with large amounts of cash. And he said, no, I have 3 of those large vehicles and, other vehicles filled with cash. And, a lot more cash than you might imagine because of all these different things that I'm paying for in cash all the time.
Exactly. Yeah, he definitely leaned into it. And then as if to say, well, I do this for the good of the people who fight for Wagner. So he really tried to turn it around. So that's a great point. Exit, did you want to go ahead? Oh, sorry, Jacoby, did you want to add something more?
Sorry, just one other point on that is that I also thought his way of raising it and in the middle of this crisis situation, he felt so comfortable saying those things, which just kind of led me to think that he's feeling more comfortable than one might expect in a situation as tense as this.
Yeah, well, I mean, it certainly takes a unique personality to even wind up in the circumstances that Prigozhin is in. So who knows what that implies about his personality. Exit, go ahead.
I think it's also important to point out that anybody who's throwing around that much cash to these other families of people who have died in his service, when you compare that to what the Russian MOD is giving out, as in bags of potatoes and onions to people who have died in their service, those payments are absolutely buying him goodwill. And all of these actions that we've seen kind of leading up to and including the last couple of days really kind of point to this being more of a longer term planned thing, and including the size of those payments and the idea that he really is trying to influence the general Russian public and not just his forces specifically.
Yep. When we get to where this all settled itself, it's not clear that it had an effect on the ultimate outcome, but I certainly take your point. We'll go to Jane. Go ahead.
Yeah, if this isn't, interesting business model, let's put it that way, between standard MOD operations and the way that Prigozhin's been running his organization. And I say that sort of with a smirk on my face, but, it's a very fascinating thing that we are observing here. And I think that the one thing that's dawned on me is there are some underlying pieces of this that have clearly not come to the surface. That was something that dawned on me last night, is there are underlying pieces of things. This doesn't happen. He doesn't just, waltz in, and things like this just do not happen without there being some factors that we have not seen yet, or we're unaware of, or players that we're unaware of yet. And it will be interesting to see what happens when all of them start to show up.
There are certainly lots of unknowns. John, go ahead.
Yeah, exactly. Just to piggyback off of what Strategic said, first of all, thanks for having me up here. Just to piggyback off what Strategic just said, I think a perfect example of this is like the random. I mean, it wasn't so much so random because people were tracking. People like Manu Gomez and others were tracking his flights, but we were more so speculating that was his family. But the random appearance of Lukashenko onto the scene, it just seems so random. I mean, I do understand that he is known to be a friend of Prigozhin, but this idea that he came out of nowhere and just negotiated a peace settlement, there's a lot of unknowns. And like you said at the beginning of the space, it has all the experts are scratching their heads right now. So I think that's a perfect example of what Strategic Jane was just talking about. A lot of these unknowns and like what's the real reason as to why Lukashenko was so key to the negotiations, right?
Absolutely. And given that there are lots of open questions, I'm trying to focus on what we do know, and that builds a structure where we can kind of, we can take some theories that float around and say, based on what we do know, those are not realistic, not conceivable. But again, the known facts don't narrow down all the possibilities. But we will continue pushing through what's known. Just before moving on to the capture of Rostov and then the push to Moscow, which will come in just a moment, Prigozhin was trying to trace a very fine line with what he was asserting he was doing. And I don't know that he was entirely consistent with it. Now, I'm not bringing this up to assert that his claims are, what he said is what actually motivated him. But I just want to put out there what he was claiming. And so the first item in the nest, the newspaper Medusa brought together all of the statements that Prigozhin made on his Telegram channel, so you can go through them. The particular thing I wanted to use this to highlight is that Prigozhin was explicitly saying that he was not engaging in a coup. He referred to it as a justice march, and he was fairly clear that his targets were Shoigu and Gerasimov, and that he was not trying to oppose, the Kremlin directly. Now, of course, that might be parsing it too finely from the Kremlin's perspective, but he was very much trying to make that distinction. The second item back in the nest, and I'll get to hands in just a moment, the second item back in the nest, however, when it came to Shoigu in particular, Wagner did not hold back. And so this wasn't Prigozhin directly, but it was, some of their primary Telegram channels essentially saying that it was already too late for Shoigu and that, there was no option to work out a deal with him. So, while he was trying to trace a fine line, he was very blunt about wanting Shoigu and Gerasimov to be out. The third item back in the nest, there were some additional claims that Prigozhin hadn't made before. Specifically, he claimed that the Ministry of Defense was hiding far more dead than had actually occurred from the Russian public. Specifically, I think because Shoigu had apparently just been in Rostov in the last few days, he made the claim that the Ministry of Defense was hiding 2,000 Russian corpses there in a morgue. Now, given that they captured Rostov, as far as I'm aware, at no point did they actually reveal and say, here are the corpses. So, that didn't happen, but he certainly made that new claim. And I don't doubt that the Ministry of Defense is understating their dead, but the idea of specifically 2,000 corpses in Rostov was brand new to me. The fourth item back in the nest highlights Prigozhin was focusing on the concept that they were on a justice march and that they were not, when they encountered a fight, they were not the ones to initiate it, saying that they were the first hit with artillery and then they were hit with helicopters, that they didn't fire a single round, essentially beyond self-defense, saying they didn't kill a single person on their way, which obviously they killed the pilots of several aircraft, and I'm sure they killed some other people as well in the fighting that we'll get to in a moment. But he was very much trying to pitch it in this way. And so I just want to put that as the context for how he was trying to spin it politically. But now in a moment, we'll get into the physical movements. But first, we'll go to Ryan. Go ahead. So Ryan, if you're there, your mic may be muted.
Sorry, guys.
No
I
problem.
just haven't spoken to Space for a while. It's good to see you in here, Mike. It's been a while. And I can see Peter Corliss in here. Good to see you in here, Peter. Mike, just on what you were saying, and I'm just trying to, I'm starting to see how you've kind of structured the space here, trying to keep it as fact-based as possible. I have been trying to, kind of pencil in, the most likely explanations as to why this has happened. And, the best that I've been able to come up with so far is kind of trending in the direction of kind of some of the things that you've just put together. I we know that there was a rift between Prigozhin and Shoigu and Gerasimov. And to me, it just seems like Putin kind of said, okay, you know what? You guys we're going to settle this. And it's not just about me. And there also could have been some issues, of course, between Gerasimov and Shoigu and Putin. And Putin being who he is, why not just let this play itself out, get Shoigu and Gerasimov kind of out? Although I'm still trying to verify whether they are out or not. But I'm really struggling with much more than this. I'm talking to people. I've talked to people in Kiev. I've been making phone calls this morning. I've been reading everything I can. And I'm just still not confident on coming up with a complete explanation for this. So it's just really nice to hear from what other people think.
Yeah, thanks, Ryan. That's partly why I like to hold these conversations on Twitter so that we can get voices to come in and share some ideas. We will get to a bit more of a brainstorming toward the end, but it's nice to see you again. And I too wish we had more answers. Peter, did you want to go ahead?
Yeah, let me know if you want me to touch on the Battleship Potemkin tie-in now or later.
Well, sure. Why don't you take maybe 2 or 3 minutes for a bit of a history lesson, and then we'll get back to updates.
Yeah, a lot of Americans don't know this movie. I grew up with it and the other works of Sergei Eisenstein. I was really a film nerd, and it is still regarded as one of the top 100 films in all of film history. But it was an artifact of the Soviet era, produced in 1925, about events that happened during the tail end of the Russo-Japanese War. After Russia had gotten its butt kicked by Japan and the Pacific Fleet, the Black Sea Fleet was really in unrest. And this will have parallels to what Prigozhin's arguments were. The Battleship Potemkin crew mutinied when they were fed maggot-ridden borscht. And so obviously Prigozhin's appeals to the public were these men are being fed into a meat grinder, they're being poorly led, they deserve to be treated better. Notice how he's not saying the war in Ukraine should end, right? Prigozhin was never saying let's give people a chance. He was just saying we should be able to exterminate Ukrainians with better treatment. So basically a lot of the same kind of elements of the mistreatment of sailors or soldiers makes Prigozhin's argument culturally in alignment with the mutiny of the Battleship Potemkin, which was very popular at the time. It had to be put down by troops sent in by the Tsar. And I think that was kind of the popular appeal that Prigozhin was shooting for, even if he missed the mark. And so I just wanted people to be aware of that cultural reference, because again, I think a lot of people in the West will have missed that. But again, this was a very popular film during the Soviet era from the 1920s, all the way even after the war. It was often re-released around the world. And if anybody's ever seen, just to tie in for Americans, if you've ever seen the movie Untouchables, where the baby carriage is coming down the stairs, that was an homage to a scene in the original Battleship Potemkin movie. So I just wanted to give people some cultural context for that.
Thanks for that, Peter. Yeah, I've actually never seen the film, so I'll put it on my list. but it's helpful for everybody to understand the reference. So moving into what actually happened on the ground. And I'm going to preface it with a quick, a nod of the head to OSINT, with the idea that as we were watching reports come in of Wagner movements and Kremlin forces movements, that it was very hard to tell who had what piece of equipment. But clues started to emerge, and I want to flag a few of those for you. So looking at the first item in the nest, so the first item in the nest was actually just setting out the overall theory of how Prigozhin's plan unfolded. And it turned out this was the case. He had split the Wagner forces into two groups, one of which went to seize Rostov, and the other of which pushed up toward Moscow. Now, Gherkin's theory was that he had sent some of his most capable forces toward Moscow, but that it was a smaller group, and that may have been a more political move, in that if they came into contact, their odds of success perhaps were not that high, but that he needed to commit a credible force in order to be taken seriously on that initiative. But the suggestion was that he kept the majority of his force around Rostov because of its specific significance, which we'll get to in just a moment. And, because it's a very strategic position. So because that's the way that it unfolded, that's how we'll break down what occurred. So a quick call out to some of the OSINT observations that were noted. The second item back in the nest, Eric Toller noted that in Rostov, it appeared that several of the forces donned duct tape, so gray, silver armbands, to distinguish themselves, which would have been important if the fighting had continued, as a way to distinguish one side from the other. On a similar note, the third item back in the nest was people looking for identification of friend and foe markings on vehicles. Lots of people have noted the various Russian markings, upside down triangles, squares, sometimes with numbers in them, and so on, versus the Ukrainian, which had been using a straight white line or a white cross. In this case, it looked like some of the Wagner vehicles had a red marking on them. Malcontent News, who pays close attention, suggested that the red may have been a line. I certainly saw that red Z's were used on several vehicles. So again, it would have been important, except that we're no longer in a situation where we have to distinguish the two. Finally, as a shout out to OSINT, Nalcio, who's a friend of ours who works with Oryx, was, I think, the first to note that a lot of these vehicles had Luhansk, air quotes, Luhansk Republic license plates on them, suggesting that they weren't local to Rostov, so unlikely to be Russian regular forces. And that was an observation made at many points as the convoys of Wagner forces drove north toward Moscow. So that was a very helpful way to distinguish the two sides of forces. So if you bear with me, if anybody wants to jump in with a comment, you're welcome to. If you bear with me, I'm just going to put up the first set of material about the capture of Rostov.
Go ahead, Jacoby.
Sorry. Something that Peter had said about, taking a look at this historically speaking, and the way that Prigozhin was behaving, and I was thinking since last night, looking at how things were shaping up, that the behavior that seemed to be being exhibited was not so much that of a coup, and even Prigozhin spoke to that, as I think Michael said, but that it's actually more of something organized around a sort of mafia situation where you have dueling lieutenants under somebody who is above the fray. And that if you look at how things are playing out, both in Michael's story that he's laying out in this agenda and how you may have perceived it yourselves, that if you consider it with those lenses, that this may be playing out in a way that makes a little bit more sense.
Yeah, thanks for that, Jacoby. Kitty, did you want to go ahead?
Yeah, I just, Richard Watson, who's a listener with us today, I put his tweet in the nest in regard to what Jacoby was talking about, and he's explaining it that he sees it as a mutiny, and that Prigozhin has an objective that probably wasn't a change in the seat of power, but more likely a chess move to increase his own power. It's in the nest. I'm not sure if you wanted to go into that at the moment.
We'll see that again toward the end. I know lots of people want to get into the why and the motivation. I'm just going to keep running through the narrative. Hopefully we'll go fairly quickly. So one last point before talking about Rostov, just in OSINT ability to distinguish forces. The first tweet in the nest from Tom Bullock, he also did good work putting up a thread explaining the camouflage types and markings of the Rosguardia vehicles, given that Rosguardia troops were expected to be among the first used to try to stop Wagner forces. And so he was pointing out all the ways that you can identify them. And those are the sorts of things that become super valuable if the fighting had resumed. However, moving on to Wagner actually pushing into Russian territory. So the first point I wanted to note is that it's the second tweet in the nest. There were several people who made this point, that it appeared that Wagner encountered almost no difficulty in crossing the border back into Russian territory. And that led some people to suggest that border guards were just letting them through the border. I know there were several videos that went up of apparently Wagner forces driving just through checkpoints that were manned, where they were just permitted to proceed through. And that led to speculation about whether it was confusion or whether the forces at those checkpoints were friendly to Wagner and permitting them through. None of that has been resolved. However, the third item back in the nest, the third item is what Kitty referred to. The fourth item back in the nest is a photo that showed Wagner claiming to have captured 180 Russian servicemen as they crossed the border. And so, that gives the impression that they weren't allowed to just drive through, but that they actually took some prisoners along the way. But I'll pause for a moment to go to hands. So, John, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll try and be quick. And I think Peter, as a fellow person who shows interest in coups of history in the past, I think one thing that has kind of consistent when it comes to coups is you kind of always have, whether it's successful or not, for it to gain any type of traction, or whether it's a coup or an insurrection or what some are calling a mutiny, you need to have somebody standing aside. And I think a lot of forces, especially when in countries and military structures that are top down, right? Most people, because there is no independence of action or what we call mission command or things like that, most times they're not going to pick a side, right? And so a lot of people were saying this throughout the night, right? People are going to wait and see who to pick a side once things kind of get along. Unfortunately, things didn't necessarily go all the way to where we kind of thought they might end up. But I think the border guards, when you see a column, and I still haven't seen a video of this 50-kilometer long Wagner column yet. But kind of at its inception, essentially. But at some point, Wagner, I think at this point, has kind of they're pretty feared within the Russian armed forces, right? They're probably the most battle-hardened force within the Russian military right now. I think all of us can agree on that. So if you're a border guard unit, possibly Rosguardia or a conscript, you're not going to put up a fight. I mean, I'm gonna let them through it all without even thinking about it twice. Like, if I was there, I don't care about. I'll pick sides later, but I'm not going to lose my life to the Wagnerites right now. And I think that's kind of what was going through their mind. I don't think that of all the indicators that might indicate a false flag event, I think that's the one that wouldn't, because that's generally the first thing you see in armed insurrections and things like that is people standing to the side because they just don't want to be involved.
Well, and to that end, if you have a look at the fifth item back in the nest, a tweet from Sam Bendet, it's a claim that was put up on Telegram that apparently the FSB and Interior Ministry received orders quite early on that they should stop Wagner. But apparently they were providing feedback that those orders were unrealistic. I'm not sure in what terms they were unrealistic, in terms of, the timing or just that they didn't have the forces necessary to stop them. But that was part of the feedback, was that while there may have been general confusion, they also thought it just wasn't plausible to carry out as the order were formed. That doesn't come directly from the FSB, but that was one thing that was floating around as well. Peter, go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say about those 180 captured troops. That was, there's a border crossing between Russia and Ukraine in Voronezh Oblast, and it's Bugivka. And so that 180 troops, I don't think we're crossing back from Ukraine. I think that was the detachment there to man the border crossing. So that's what they did, is they just bagged up, basically like an immigration and naturalization, unit, as it were, right? And obviously these border crossings these days are probably a little bit more reinforced than they normally would be. So I think that was the unit they had. So this was not like really a crack military formation, nor were these guys like trying to stop them. They were just hapless guys, happened to be at a border crossing, and Wagner came at them, I believe, from the north, not from the Ukrainian border crossing side, but from the Russian side, from Voronezh Oblast, behind them.
Yep, and I totally agree with that. Part of the reason I brought that, those POWs or those captives up, is just the idea that Wagner didn't simply drive through the border, but even if there was confusion or the border wasn't attempting to stop them, Wagner took the time to stop and take them captive, or at least for PR purposes.
Exactly. Yeah.
Right. Okay. I see hands. I'm going to speak to one or two more items in the nest, then I'll go to hands. But the sixth item back in the nest, I just wanted briefly to speak to the significance of the city of Rostov, which, by the way, I understand, I've seen various reports that it's either the 10th or 11th largest city in Russia, and apparently has a population of over 1 million. So this is a huge place that we're talking about. And you'll see from that sixth item back, Thomas Steiner talked about the significance of Rostov, saying that by capturing it, they would cut off the main supply line to the entire Russian army in Ukraine, which essentially would turn the Russian army into Prigozhin's hostage. And then the seventh item back in the nest includes a map of the region where Marcus is pointing out that the roads that run both to the east and into Ukrainian occupied territory, but then also the roads that run to the south to Krasnodar and ultimately over to the Kerch Bridge, right, that supplies Crimea, they both run through Rostov. So it wasn't just supply into eastern Ukraine, but as well south down to the bridge to Crimea. And then finally, in this block, I think it's the eighth item back in the nest, I just wanted to highlight that there was video. This is a tweet from OSINT Technical, that there was video that went around of some fighting as Wagner approached Rostov. And so it wasn't completely peaceful. They didn't just walk in and capture territory. It's not clear what kind of casualties may have been sustained, but I just want to highlight that it doesn't appear to have been completely bloodless. John, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted I'll be quick. I mentioned a couple of things. Jacoby actually mentioned to me this idea, right, that the thinking would be, right, that the border guards being conscripts or something like that, or very new to the force, would be more by technicality, right, more just by who they have more experience with, more aligned with the government forces and the MOD. And they still let Wagner pass simply because at the end of the day, right, you don't want to be part and parcel with anything that you think may be a losing side, or you just don't want to get involved at all. And also, there's just a few some new news out right now from ABC, and they're saying that. Let me check real quick. They're saying this is from FireTukes News, and I'll put it up. Actually, I'll put it in the chat so I don't want to populate the nest too much. It says U.S. believes concessions were made over Sergei Shoigu's future, as well as others during talks with Prigozhin. A senior U.S. official says, which ironically directly contradicts what what Peskov said, Putin's spokesperson, to the exact opposite effect.
Well, that's very interesting. And we will get to Peskov's comments on what deal was reached in a couple of minutes. But the fate of Shoigu and Gerasimov was one of the question marks. Like, why would Prigozhin agree to exile in Belarus and, walking away from Wagner? He probably would have essentially had to say, I've completely lost, to accept that without any of his policy goals sort of being offered in exchange. Aaron, go ahead.
So I don't know if you guys covered this, but I do think, to go into John's point, I do think that we're going to find out there's a lot more border guards in Rosvardia that are basically would be appeasing to Wagner. I think this whole war has really drained them a lot more Russians than what we're seeing. I think that's a possibility, that more than what's getting recorded. But I don't know if you guys have seen as well, talking about Wagner has some interest, a large amount of weapon systems that we weren't sure of before. The OSINT Defender even commented on it, and 3 Pantsir S-1 air defense systems. They had 2 T-90Ss and several dozen BMPs and BTRs. And then they're wondering where their air assets are. But they had a number of attack helicopters and fixed-wing aircraft, right, that were provided a bit originally from the Russian Ministry of Defense. And there were numerous pilots there. But this is a lot more of their heavy stuff than what we would normally see with a PMC, certainly. But it's a lot of stuff, a lot more than, whether they got it from the Russian army or it was reacquired, or it is interesting that they had this much hardware with them.
Yeah, that's a good point, Aaron. And given that Prigozhin claimed that they captured the airbase nearest to Rostov, it would be interesting if we can find out whether Wagner actually tried to move any of its own air assets to that facility, even though they may not have ever employed them, if they had actually made preparation to make use of them.
Exactly.
Go ahead, Kitty.
Yeah, I was going to say to that, also in Richard Watson's tweet, he says that if Prigozhin was able to secure a greater concentration of his forces in Belarus closer to Moscow, then he's increased his power. And the measure is how much force he has to disperse to Africa. And he's asking if a new door has opened for him in that regard.
Right. Well, and that's an interesting question. Perhaps we'll get into that sort of in the debate section. But that we don't have much insight into Prigozhin's future beyond the idea that he will be in Belarus. We don't know how long that will be for. We don't know how much he would be in good graces or bad graces of the Kremlin. So I think a lot of that will be speculation, but we can take some time for that toward the end. But John, go ahead.
Yeah, just to Aaron's point, I very quickly, I think I saw the tweet that he's referring to, is OSINT Defender's tweet, talking about the different, people are surprised, looking at all the hardware they had. I guess I'm more so surprised at how much they had left, right, after Bakhmut and the meat grinder it was, and also metal grinder it was. Because they operated Pantsirs. I'm not 100% sure about Syria, but I am sure that I know they operated Pantsir systems in Libya a while back. And then, they operate D-30 howitzer batteries, and they've operated T-90s as well and other things. So I think we've seen the proof that they can operate these systems. I just didn't know they had this many still left after the attritional fighting that they've been going through for so long.
Absolutely. And who knows if we'll have insight into it, but given that one result appears to be that Wagner fighters who did not participate in the revolt will be permitted to sign contracts with the Ministry of Defense. We'll see what the future of Wagner as an organization is, and whether they're essentially able to retain any kind of unit structure or access to this equipment. But so I appreciate the little back and forths. I'll jump back into updates for a couple of points. So given that we're sort of at the point now where Wagner has seized Rostov, I wanted to highlight the what things were happening in the city while it was held. And so if you look at the second item in the nest, there were apparently competing narratives. So RIA Novosti, which would be a Kremlin-associated news outlet, was highlighting that there were instances of tension. So there were several times where local citizens were confrontational toward Wagner forces. There were some instances of people who appeared to be drunk confronting them. But for the most part, as I understand it, there was no widespread violence or violence toward the public from Wagner forces. Not that I have, I'm not trying to argue the case for them. I just haven't seen any of that. But certainly that RIA tried to present the tensions part of it. But in contrast to that, if you have a look at the third item back in the nest, other sources that I think were friendly to Wagner were putting up videos of the local population going up to the Wagner fighters and providing them with food and drink, embracing them, giving them handshakes, sort of appreciating their presence there. So it was interesting. There really was this competing narrative. But you have to keep in mind that even these video examples of the population apparently being warm toward the Wagner fighters, that it was likely set up by Wagner as PR. And so you sort of have those competing narratives. The fourth item back in the nest maybe was more the general consensus, in that there were videos that came out from the train station in Rostov of large numbers of people waiting essentially to flee the region. The reports were that buses out of the bus station were not traveling. A lot of people went to the train station. And there were also some videos of some of the highways out of that region just jam-packed. So it seems like a lot of people, for as many videos as you saw of people just lounging in their summer clothes right in front of the Southern Military District headquarters where their Wagner tanks were, apparently unconcerned about the potential outbreak of violence. It seems like many, many others were a lot more practical about the risks. And then one last point before we go to hands. The fifth item back in the nest, there were also some odd reports that came out about locals becoming enthusiastic about Wagner and wanting to join them. It's hard to verify, but this is a claim that a local gun store owner wanted to begin handing out ammunition and weapons in order that the local populace could assist Wagner in defending against the Chechen forces that were reported to be bearing down on them. Now it's hard to know whether any weapons were distributed to the public or how that all would have played out, but it's one of those interesting what ifs. So we're joined by Piotr. Piotr, glad you can join us. Do you want to go ahead?
Hello, Michael. Lovely to see you. I won't be long because I've been up for about 40 hours at this point. Just to be transparent, I was on the border of Poland and Ukraine as this entire debacle began to happen. My intention to be in Ukraine now for the next sort of 4 days or so, but the plans have kind of changed and I came back to Poland. But so yeah, I just wanted to add 2 comments and then a couple of questions for you guys, because the indispensable community that is OSINT on here, like seriously, I love all of you guys, and I'm delighted to see Michael hosting his spaces, consistently every week, much better than I do. But Yeah, so my couple of observations is just like, I think it's difficult to understate, overstate, whichever word you want to use, what we saw today / yesterday. I've been on the phone a lot, and I had friends of mine sending me information saying that Wagner forces were in Moscow, not the oblast, but the city, and then I had to make a public retraction of my tweet, which I rarely do because I'm not one to sort of get too carried away and saying, oh, there's this thing here, look at this, guys, for sort of effect. But then I always think about the results here with Belarus and the events that we're seeing over there, and Lukashenko, as I said in another space earlier. I think I underestimated Lukashenko. He clearly played his hand quite well in that he's gained legitimization with Putin, in that Wagner are seemingly going to be there. But that's also a question / a comment, which is, could someone on the panel please give me some clarity as to what the deal now is in terms of Wagner in Belarus? But my main question is also just to do with the rapidity by which we saw Wagner approach Moscow. I was not as up to date with this as obviously some of you were. Schizo, awesome job today, buddy. If you're there, thanks for all the information you've shared during the day. But yeah, if anyone has any information on the rapidity by which Wagner were approaching Moscow, I'd be really interested. And two, my personal perception was that Prigozhin has some degree of legitimacy. He has some degree of support. Is it as much as Putin? Absolutely not. But he does have some. So I would also love to know from everybody or anyone, what was the overall perception of, so for example, my family in Novosibirsk in Siberia were sending me some telegram messages saying that there were people out on the streets, not massive at all, it's hundreds of miles away, but it was still enough, like there were some people out there showing support apparently in the square of Novosibirsk for Wagner and what they were doing, or what they were encouraging people to do, which was come out onto the streets and support. So I'd love any other updates on that, and other than that, appreciate all the work you're doing, buddy. So thanks a lot.
Thanks, Peter. So of your 2 or 3 questions there, the one that I can speak to most clearly is with regard to the deal that exists, which we'll get to in more specifics in a little bit, but is that Prigozhin will essentially be exiled to Belarus. That Wagner fighters who were involved in the revolt will be pardoned, but I think the implication is that they, cannot be relied on, and therefore they won't be incorporated into the Ministry of Defense. That Wagner fighters who were not involved in the revolt can sign contracts with the Ministry of Defense, but whether they'll be associated, as a Wagner entity, or whether they'll be put into other PMCs doesn't seem like it's clear. And I think there was one additional term. And then just a moment ago, John also came in and said ABC was reporting U.S. officials believe part of the deal may have involved the future of Shoigu at the Ministry of Defense. But again, that's shaky and breaking news, so I can't be super confident on that. With regard to how long Prigozhin will have to stay in Belarus, or what the terms of his residency will be, I just don't have insight into that. But if anybody has heard about it more specifically, feel free to come up and let us know. With regard to your question, Piotr, about Prigozhin's legitimacy or backing, with the anecdotes that people were heading out into the streets to show support for him, that doesn't sound surprising. I know that there were theoretical polls that were done about if Prigozhin were to run for the presidency, how many people would support him. And my understanding is that he came second only to Putin. However, how that support works now, given the competing information narratives, I suspect that since the Kremlin has access to many of the levers of the media, that probably they're going to work to pretty hard to consistently wear down on that support. But I see this has inspired a couple of hands, so we'll take a few minutes to run through some of these debates, and then perhaps we'll get back to running through updates. I'm sorry that I didn't see the hand order specifically. I think it may have been John first, and then we'll go from there.
I do believe Strategic Jane was in front of me.
Well, that's kind of you to yield. So, Jane, go ahead.
Yeah, just a quick comment. And, the interesting thing about this, Putin has been in power for so long and has been awfully oppressive, to put it mildly, Piotr, that, look at it this way. This is people, from my point of view, nobody roots for Goliath. Nobody roots for Goliath, particularly under these circumstances. And I think the way things are playing out, it all depends on the information people are getting. But if they're being encouraged to come out to the streets by David, hey, it's a new day. It may be something that they're saying, we are so tired of what we have had, that it may be simple as that.
Thanks, Jane. I have seen analysis from sort of Russian studies academics that certainly suggest that it's not uncommon in Russia for folks to cheer for Goliath. So, I hear your point. I just don't know that that's true. In that maybe David has, Prigozhin in this case may have won a few additional converts with his boldness,
yes.
But it certainly seems like there's a lot of inertia in support of the existing power structures. I think it was John, and then we'll see from there. Go ahead, John.
Yeah, just a quick thing I would add on to that, and then I'd answer one of Piotr's questions as well. I think this sling, right? David's sling was essentially this coup or this insurrection attempt, right? And I think more people would come to, still sticking to the analogy, more people will come to David's side, right? Should his sling or the rock, you could say, was this attempt, right, actually kill Goliath, right? I think the people whose success is potentiated by Goliath's big size and him killing the other people, the other champions, until he's dead, they're not going to move over to David's side because they have no reason, because Goliath still protects them in the status quo that exists. Just a quick question, answer to what Piotr said. If you look at Wagner speaking to their influence abroad and as well as domestically within Russia, if you look at their influence in Africa, like Russia's foreign policy on the strategic arm of it, right, is essentially Wagner, right? Whereas we will have National Guard, work with allies and partners to train them, for training missions and things like that. They will use the PMCs a lot, and they lean heavily on them. I think we touched on the idea of all the equipment that Wagner still has because they work in concert with the MOD so much, and so I think that may have also affected Putin's and whoever else helped in the decision-making process of, okay, how much do we appease them, because they are such a key player when it comes to our foreign policy. And also, there was this idea that, right, Wagner would go to an African nation and just take over an African nation, right? So I think there's something, just as many Wagner fighters that Prigozhin claimed he has been confirmed to essentially that and more be abroad, just in Africa alone. So I think Wagner still holds a lot of sway there as well. So I think that could have played into the decision-making process in the Kremlin.
That's an interesting point. And we'll get to it later, or maybe we may speak to it now. But there were some who were pointing out the significance of revenue generation in Africa, but maybe more than that, the political value of having leverage in African countries. And if Prigozhin were removed, how easily that kind of influence could be maintained? Could the networks be maintained if Prigozhin dropped out of the picture? So that's an interesting question. I see we have a ton of hands up, so we'll go through as many as we can. But I'm still hoping to get through the majority of my fact-based agenda. So maybe if you can keep it to maybe 30 seconds to a minute each, that would be great. I think it may have been Colby next. Go ahead, Colby.
Thanks. The key question that I'm looking at going forward is what happens with the Wagner troops who participated in this mutiny. If they are not going to be prosecuted, but they are not going to be ruled under MOD control like the other Wagner troops supposedly are, what's going to be done with them? Because those troops are still a very significant threat to the Russian regime. They participated in this mutiny. They were well organized, well motivated enough. They're well armed. We could see this happen again if they are unsatisfied with the deal that was just cut. So that's really the biggest open question, in my opinion, is how is Putin going to handle them? Because right now, just saying they're not going to get prosecuted, that leaves an awful lot of what ifs. What's going to happen with those guys? Because they could, there could just be somebody else who steps into the void left by Prigozhin now that he's going off to Belarus. What's going on with Dmitry Utkin? That's the big question I'm looking at.
Right, which also leads into some questions about whatever process that follows in order to process those individuals. Does it actually allow for the Kremlin to exert greater levels of power, under the guise of we have to maintain our security, we have to process everybody individually, and it allows them to clamp down a little bit more broadly and or institute some greater changes that otherwise society might not have been open to accept. So these are broad questions. Maybe we'll touch on a couple of them briefly, but only perhaps as back and forth, so that we can save some of it till the end. I think it may have been Peter next. Peter, go ahead.
Yeah, actually, there was one other hand before me. Was it Richard?
In that case, go ahead, Richard.
I think Intel, Schizo, and Aaron were before me.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll let you go anyway. I'll follow right after you.
Okay, well, I'll take the mic then. All right. I didn't put myself into the mind of Prigozhin, okay? He seems like a very sharp player. I don't like him, but he's smart. He's on the up-ramp of accumulating power. Back from being in prison to now he might be second most powerful man in Russia. I mentioned that this does not look like a coup to me. In no way did it look like a coup attempt to me. It looked like more a maneuver to gain more power. If we look at his hand, if it were a coup attempt, I don't think his hand was strong enough to do it. Okay, and I'm pretty sure he probably is smart enough to know it. But if he were maneuvering for more power, he has a very strong hand. And looking at it that way, I don't see him negotiating himself into a lesser position. We know how vicious Putin is. He knows he could fall out a window. He knows he could get spritz from polonium. So I don't see Prigozhin, putting himself into that position without having gained something significant. To being exiled into Belarus, maybe not, but now if he has Wagner in Belarus, Wagner possibly being the best combat formation Russia has at the moment, then this is a whole bowl of opportunities for Prigozhin. Forget about Africa.
I hear you that lots of people are reading the tea leaves, and I understand you're sharing your opinion. I made some comments at the top of the space to point out that people are probably going to try to apply rational actor theory, and that it's just very hard for us to do that and assume that everybody is a rational actor with complete information, particularly when we ourselves don't have complete information, so we can't even evaluate how rational people's actions are. And so when people are saying, oh, it wouldn't make sense for somebody to do this or that, I'm just very cautious about the fact that I don't know enough about what's happened. I don't even know if they know enough. So I know everybody wants to talk about motive. I just think that it's a very difficult thing for us to crack.
I hear you on that.
Yep.
So on the actor theory, okay, we have to keep in mind that we don't all see rationality as the same way. What we might see as rational or irrational could be completely the opposite in their world.
Yeah. There's the idea of mirror biasing and those sorts of things. So good points, but we're going to keep going around with sort of the conversation that has been inspired so that we can get people's opinions out, and then we'll go back to updates. Peter, did you want to go ahead?
Yeah, so I was going to say that it's very, you're talking about like the difficulty of, reading motives at this point, but I do want to talk about effects. And one of the effects about Prigozhin, even before the mutant, was that his place in the line of battle, him going after Bakhmut, and Wagner's role in the projection of Russian strength, whether in Africa, etc. He has been rising in popular sentiment over the past year or two, to like finally cracking into like the top 5 most admired Russians, according to like polls. Just below Putin and Lavrov. He's in like that circle now in terms of this public profile, which was not always the case. Wagner was kind of seen as like a distasteful thing in the past, but he has been kind of going legit. Kind of like a mafia don going legit. So he's been burnishing his resume to the public. And I think that going forward, if he lives in exile, he has a chance then to still spring back. He's 5 to 10 years younger than a lot of the rest of the cadre of leadership that he's like kind of pitted against right now. And so, I'll remind everybody that Francisco Franco was also kind of like not welcome in Spain until he finally came back in a big way. So I think that, presuming that Prigozhin kind of slips out of any sort of noose that would be waiting for him in Moscow, he may be looking for a far longer term play in terms of his public profile and influence on the politic of Russia than most people give him credit for.
Absolutely. It just strikes me as a risky move because he would need to continue to be alive to capitalize on all of that. Okay. And just a reminder to the audience, we've got lots of people who would like to come up and speak with us. And so if you've said your piece and we move you back down to the listening audience, no hard feelings. You can always request again, and we're happy to have you back up. But hand order, I think it may have been Aaron next, and then Schizo. Go ahead, Aaron.
So I put in the nest there, if you guys can hear me okay, looks like the Russians now have lost a confirmed 300 aircraft. That's including helicopters all the way to fighter aircraft, Su-34 fullbacks, and it looks like in any type of helicopters as well as drones, Orlan-10s. Well, whether Orlan-10s are counted in that or not, but they have lost a lot of stuff. And that is definitely probably including most of the Wagner Air Force components. I would think that either they were replaced. If they have anything left, it's in small numbers. But the interesting thing is the Russians lost 3 helicopters yesterday, right? Like in outside of Rostov-on-Don. So Mi-35 and I believe it was a couple Mi-8s. Those, I'm wondering whether those were downed by the Pansirs that had been brought in, because that's a possibility. Those short systems, they can definitely take out helicopters. So that's something to consider as well, that Wagner, they've lost probably most of their air combat power around Bakhmut and not in other areas. But still, this is something to look at as well.
Okay. I know we lost for a moment Schizo as a speaker. I think Schizo had been next. Did you still want to jump in with something?
Yes, I'll keep it brief. It was just for Piotr with the rapidity, if I pronounced that right, in regards to like the speed that Wagner moved up the M4 highway. Yeah, that was groundbreaking speed. Truly impressive, especially when you look at the equipment. Like, they weren't just driving, a T90 down the interstate. That they had that thing strapped to a tractor trailer, and that thing was barreling down the interstate at least 60 miles an hour, like consistently. And the fact that they were able to go 600 kilometers or so, like hundreds of kilometers, at a breakneck speed without having to stop and refill upwards of 150 vehicles. That's truly impressive that they were able to just keep blasting through, minor police barricades, dump trucks, airstrikes. Like that was a true feat of just keeping the pace. The fact that they stopped when they were just outside the city, well, that's a different conversation. But in terms of I don't know if professionalism is the right word, but these guys definitely knew what they were doing and being able to keep moving despite the challenges.
Yep. And so in just a moment, when we come to the sort of push toward Moscow, there were one or two points that were made. A lot of people will know Trent Dolenko and his focus on logistics, and he does have some great knowledge there. So he made some interesting points about how Wagner's practice logistically appears to be much better than the general Russian military, which would support what Schizo was saying. I think it was Piotr next. Go ahead, Piotr.
Thank you, Michael. Yes, this will be my last contribution because I have 2% battery and I've lost my charger dysfunction. Basically, I was asking the people behind the sort of hotel reception to charge my phone intermittently so I could contribute. Whilst I have experience in Africa because I lived there, my regional specialty is Russia and it's near abroad. So I just wanted to speak to that very quickly, which is that what you're seeing here is characteristic of this country. Russia has historically never had a clear, simple, predictable transition of power. It has been done through revolts. It has been done through uprising, social unrest, the abdication. What we saw today is symbolic. It's emblematic of what Russia is as a state. That's why when certain people talk about the dissolution of the Russian state, as much as I don't necessarily like or agree with it, they have a point. Because historically Russia was made up of a smorgasbord of, Tatars, the Mongols, the Ukrainians, the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, the Vikings, right? The Grand Duchy of Muscovy was a mess, and it only took Ivan the Terrible, or Incredible, depending upon your interpretation of the language, to come together and actually formulate Russia into a state. But then you had to try and create a nation, so that you created eventually a nation state. And I feel that Russia has never fully grasped that. So what we're seeing today is, I think, another illustration of the fact that Putin has come as close to almost anybody, tried to, concretely secure what Russia is as a modern country. The Soviet Union wasn't a country. It was a confederation of other independent countries or identities. And Prigozhin is arguably the person who's come closest to really challenging Putin. As I said in another space earlier, no Russian really knows Russia in the modern day, 21st century, without Putin. They think of Putin is Russia, Russia is Putin. And so Prigozhin comes in, and suddenly I'm getting WhatsApp messages from my friends, Telegram messages. It'd obviously be being like, oh yeah, no, we actually like this Prigozhin guy. Why? Because he's representing our interests.
and of which I said, what interests specifically? Oh, he's a man of the people. And I was like, but isn't Putin a man of the people because he's done everything against the nasty West? I role play when I talk to my friends in Russia, right? And they said, no, Putin has become detached. He's become an elitist. So it's fascinating to really speak to rural Russians, like in the far echelons of Siberia, because you really learn a lot about how different it is. What we saw today was in the heartland of Russia, Rostov, Vyaznev. These are very wealthy oblasts and very close to Moscow. You know, what happens in these areas matters far more than what happens in Manchuria. So I'm really trying to just process all this information as much as I am trying to sort of be a source of hopefully, you know, useful information to other people who ask me questions. I just wanted to share that because the Russian point is, I've spent a fair amount of time trying to understand it in my life, and you come away feeling more confused than you do. You know, like you feel less informed than you do informed, I guess is what I'm trying to say. And then you talk to people, suddenly, you know, out of the blue, you've got a bunch of people being like, oh yes, no, this is what's happening with Wagner, and this is what was going to happen. And it's like, okay, guys, so suddenly you're Russo experts now? and that's why I appreciate you guys, because you take the time to do your background checking and so on and so forth, and it's very refreshing. So just wanted to add that 2 cents from a very personal perspective, and I look forward to engaging with you guys tomorrow and in the coming days. But thanks a lot.
Yeah, thanks, Peter. I appreciate your stories, even though anecdotal, they can give interesting insight, and I also appreciate your following up with your friends to ask them specifically what they like about it, even if they're not able to answer in a way that's necessarily coherent to some of us. And I know you've been up a long time, so hopefully you get some well-deserved sleep soon. I'm not positive on hand order, but I think it may have been Casus Belli next. Please go ahead.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for inviting me here. I've been following the whole event on with Wagner in Russia and so on for more than 24 hours now. And I just wanted to go back on, I'd say, a small story. I don't know if it have lots of visibility on Twitter and information spaces. And it was basically like the hotel and restaurant of Prigozhin getting raided by Russian police, and they say that it's passport, gold, money, tons of money actually, because it was like 4 billion rubles. And I think it's very interesting because I mean, after all this ending events that happened this evening, I'm wondering actually if all this money will be sent back or maybe just seized by the Russian government. And as well, I was very curious about the gold, which is visible on one of the picture. There's literally a few gold who have been seized by the police. And the thing is, I was wondering if this gold was eventually coming from some countries in Africa, since we all know that they have a lot of activities in Africa, and I've been following most of their activities there for a few years now, especially in Mali, which have a lot of gold, but also in other countries. And it's very interesting because people should know that Wagner in Africa was mostly dependent on Russian government flights and jets just to transfer their equipments and their people. So with all the development that happened tonight, I'm very curious to see how it will impact their activity in Africa. Not only on the deployment of PMCs in African countries, but also on their influence operations. Because since a few months now, I've been working with Always on Wagner project, and we've noticed that they were using Facebook as a tool of, I'd say, psychological warfare to influence elections or influence public opinions. I mean, African public opinions to support new leaders. in favor of Moscow. So just to resume, I'm just very curious to see how all of this will impact their activities in Africa, basically. So yeah, I think we will see in a few months. But yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Well, thank you for joining us. I've followed your work for a while. We did speak a little bit earlier about the seizure of evidence from the Wagner headquarters, and so if you have a look in the nest, the second item back there has some of the photos that you're referring to, the gold bars and the excess cash and the passports. And then the first item in the nest is Prigozhin's attempt to explain why he had so much cash. We had a brief discussion about it, including the fact that he says that Wagner does much of its business in cash, and that a lot of that money is intended for payment to the family of Wagner fighters who have been injured or killed, and that he needs to make those payments in cash because, you know, it's better in the interests of the family members, because sort of benefits payments of the sort that come from the Ministry of Defense may not be provided fairly or as timely. You know, so he tried to turn the situation around to his benefit to make Wagner's operation look good. You raise an interesting point about the gold. I haven't seen anybody attempt an explanation of the particular, I think they're called hallmarks, the marks that are stamped into the gold bullion. But it would be interesting if anybody has insight into what those marks mean about who would have formed the gold, to the extent that it could reveal it may have come from an African source. That's a good point you raise. To your broader points on Africa, I too am very interested in how it will all play out, but I haven't heard very many actual data points yet on changes on the ground. I know that some reporters have come out and said they were in touch with people they believe have contacts knowledgeable about Wagner in Africa, suggesting that there doesn't appear to have been any changes yet. But of course, you know, through your work with the All Eyes on Wagner project, I would suggest you're probably the expert and would see those things first. And so I'll just mention to the audience that Casus Belli does great work. And if you want to follow developments particularly around OSINT work in Africa, including Wagner developments there, have a look at his profile and consider following him. Did you want to come back in, Casus Belli?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the small information. But yeah, I just wanted to add a few points which I think are interesting to note. Just to come back on the money and the cash that Prigozhin had in his hotel. We had a few reports in Mali a few months ago that was saying like even their PMCs, I mean the guys deployed in Mali, were not receiving any money anymore, and it was mostly due to U.S. and European sanctions. So this is very interesting to see lots of money in this building. Also, as you said, the whole picture with gold will be very interesting to analyze and kind of dig into it and try to find if there's any person or any way to find the origin of this gold. And yeah, this is basically what I want to say. Sorry, because I've been monitoring all day the whole event in Russia. It's getting late here in France, but yeah, this is the most interesting part, and I think it will have lots of impact in Africa in the near future, and we might see a decrease of their activity in the future. Because I don't really see Prigozhin being able to handle operation in Africa unless there's a major change in Russian side. But yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Well, thanks again for dropping by. For what it's worth, I see that somebody has replied to the space saying that the gold in the photo there is likely Sudanese gold, noting that Wagner operates the, and my pronunciation may not be right, the Mirawe gold mine in North Sudan. I'm not sure if that's based on the markings on it or simply because Wagner operates that mine, and it's inferred that it may have been from it, but that's a data point that's been added in. After the space, I'll go and have a look and see if I can learn anything about gold hallmarks, because you never know when it might be helpful in an investigation. And I hope Casus Belli, for your sake, that you get to sleep fairly soon. I know a lot of people have been running for 2 days straight now. Okay, we'll try and finish out the hands, and then I'll keep working through updates. As usual, I've probably prepared way more material than we can reasonably cover. I think it may have been Irish Ting Tong. Go ahead.
Hey guys, yeah, I'm just wondering, like, if the biggest winner in this whole thing, assuming Prigozhin, had his hand forced because of he was a marked man basically. Like, he's leveraged himself into a situation where that he's pretty much invaluable with all the geopolitical African stuff that's going on, and and also like Gerasimov and Shoigu, like the fact that they let this happen, whether Putin wants or not, he's going to have to like make changes. Like, they've basically let the fox into the hen house. Like, like there is an argument that he's the biggest winner, because as well as this, surely now Putin has to create a distraction by escalating in Ukraine a bit more somehow, like there's going to be, more mobilization or something. He's going to have to distract the public from, that this massive event has to take some big, shroud to kind of hide what's just happened, like, what's everyone's thoughts on that?
Well, I think that will lead us into the realm of speculation. And I appreciate you sharing your thoughts. Some have made the argument that, in fact, perhaps Kremlin forces didn't oppose Wagner more forcefully, or may have allowed it to go on longer than they otherwise would have, partly out of an interest to distract world attention from gradual success in the Ukrainian offensive. So if you're suggesting that they now need a distraction, it's ironic that some argue it is itself, to a degree, a distraction. I think maybe more relevant than asking, does Russia need to enter into a distraction now, is to ask the question, does this lead to a consolidation of power that would make it more politically acceptable for Putin to engage in further mobilization, which, I am more concerned could be true. But perhaps we'll leave it there for now. But thank you for your, sharing your opinion and your comments. If we work through all the material, then maybe we'll get to a little bit more speculation at the end. I think it was Aaron and then Mr. Nobody. Go ahead, Aaron.
So yeah, looks like that there was, so yesterday was reports of a, some people were saying it was an AN-26, and then I was getting confused, and I looked at, and it looks like an IL-22M Kut communications aircraft was shot down. 8 Russian Air Force crewmen were shot down by Wagner forces, probably by the Panzer, but they were shot down by Wagner. It's an unarmed target, but it was a legitimate target. But of course, so that was the biggest aircraft that the Russians had lost in quite a while. I just want to put, I think it's an IL-22, unless there was another aircraft, an AN-26 that was shot down, but there seems to be some confusion. And I think IL-22M at Kut is the one that was shot down. And I got to go, so I just want to say, could I put in the nest, Michael, the Baumer report for tomorrow night? Okay,
sure.
Thanks. Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks.
Yep. Mr. Nobody, would you like to go ahead?
Sure. So first off, I want to say to Mr. Peter Corliss, I'm glad to see you here. I've been following your OSINT for years on multiple accounts, and also Michael Bond, nice to meet you. I am just observing patterns of behavior. So we go back to Putin's false flag, the bombing of the apartment building to get into power. And also, Prigozhin, he was Putin's chef, but those were just fronts for money laundering and all that stuff. These are very, very intelligent individuals. They're known for, they're known for their guile. And I'm just wondering what you think, or what do you think about the situation that's happening? So all the Prigozhin supposedly planning this insurrection or coup for months on end. He bypasses all these towns, takes over the military without a shot. It just happens, boom, boom, boom. And then he gets close to Moscow, and all of a sudden he talks to, third world country, and boom, it's all done. I feel like there's more than meets the eye. We can't take this at face value. I think that there is something else going on here that we're probably going to see in the coming days. And I'm just curious what you or anybody else has to say about that.
I don't know it's a totally satisfying answer, but because I've said it a couple of times tonight, which is that we have tons of unanswered questions. Most of the unanswered questions we will not get answers to anytime soon, if ever. And so I tend to try to focus on what has specifically happened so that we can use that as a basis when people say, I have this theory or I have that theory. Sometimes those theories can be eliminated by things that we definitely know happened. But the basis of what we know generally doesn't allow us to eliminate all the possible theories. So I know that you're probably the fifth or sixth person tonight who's wanted to start to speculate about motive. And I just don't know that we're going to get very far. As in, we could certainly talk about it, and that there are 24/7 spaces that have talked about it more or less for the last 30 hours. I don't think any of them have actually reached an answer, because that's impossible. But I would, if people would like to focus on speculation, I'd encourage them to enjoy one of the spaces that focuses on that. But I'm just as curious as the rest of you. Okay, I'm going to jump back into updates. I know that people want to chat about what's going to happen next. I'm going to try and finish the updates, and then if we have time, we'll sort of open it up to just whatever anybody wants to talk about. I'd like to say thanks to Strategic Jane for putting up in the nest the reference to what some of those gold markings mean. So you'll find that up there as the first item. And if you're not familiar with those markings, then check that out. Looking at I just want to finish a couple of last points about what happened in Rostov. Then I'll move on to a couple of points about how the push toward Moscow went. Since a lot of this has already been referred to, it'll probably go very quickly. Starting with the third item back in the nest. Interestingly, it was Chechen forces that appeared to have been those that were pushed toward Wagner in Rostov. There were claims that those Chechen forces, some may have been drawn off from around Mariupol. I haven't seen specific confirmation of that. There were also claims that Chechen forces were directed to rush to Moscow as well as to Rostov. I have not seen evidence of significant numbers of Chechens in Moscow to confirm that yet. However, there was plenty of video and photographic evidence of Chechen troops moving toward Rostov, and many of those were geolocated. So we know that they actually got right up to the city. So if you look at that third item in the nest, that is one of the geolocations. There were several. It was noted that there were many, that the leading force of the Chechens did arrive in Rostov and were likely in very close proximity to Wagner forces, but that there apparently wasn't an exchange of gunfire. And now it's unclear. One analyst I saw suggested that the initial Chechen forces may have held back, waiting for the remainder of their forces to arrive. But that led other analysts to say, well, why aren't the Wagner forces actively screening or setting ambushes, knowing that Russian Kremlin forces would be coming to try to drive them out of Rostov? And the suggestion was that was, given how their operations otherwise seemed to have been well planned, seemed like a strange oversight that they weren't engaging in more active defense. Particularly given that if you see the fourth tweet back in the nest, you'll see that there were reports, including from our friend Cassus Belli, who just spoke with us, that Wagner was deploying mines along the routes to Rostov. So it's odd that they should be engaging in some defensive fortification, but then not pushing forces further out. And it's unclear why that was the case and why they didn't try to engage the Chechen forces that did make it to Rostov. Also, just to cover what was actually captured in Rostov, if you have a look at the seventh item back in the nest, so the sixth item is the video showing Wagner forces arranging themselves outside the headquarters of the Southern Military District, which is where almost all the footage that went online came from. And there were videos of infantry pushing into that building as well, so it appeared to have been captured. And then the tanks, which had been aiming their guns at the building, turned their guns outward, apparently because they took control of it. But the seventh item back in the nest, the tweet by Rob Lee, is noting reports that not only did they capture the military headquarters, but also that they captured the police office, the FSB office in that city, and the city administration building. And just a reminder, that's a city of 1 million people. And so, it's significant to capture control of these government administration buildings as well as the, military and FSB. Then I just wanted to highlight the confusion that was reigning in the Rostov region. So if you have a look at the eighth item back in the nest, it's an article from a Belarusian newspaper called Zerkalo. And apparently what they did was they disguised themselves as a local resident of Rostov, and they called the police department while word was that Wagner forces were approaching. And essentially they said to them, what should we do? And they were told nothing, just stay home. When asking questions like how long will it take, they were told not only, we, the police, don't know. The police apparently admitted to them, we're in shock ourselves. And then asking questions about, will we be safe tonight? We're afraid there will be violence. They were also told by the police, we don't know. We're afraid ourselves. And then just generally, are there any instructions for people? And the only instructions provided were watch the news and listen for further instruction. So it was interesting how unprepared they were at the local level for what transpired. The ninth item back in the nest is a video that was taken with Prigozhin, apparently at the Ministry of Defense building in Rostov, the Southern Military District headquarters. And it was noted that he was there with the Deputy Minister of Defense, who apparently is the chief for that military district. And the conversation they had included an exchange where the Deputy Minister of Defense said, I'd ask you to withdraw your forces. And Prigozhin apparently responded, no, that won't happen under any circumstances. And so there were suggestions that the Minister of Defense or perhaps the Southern Military District may have been in cooperation with Prigozhin. But then once their conversation was translated and understood, no, it appears that he was, putting the video out really for PR purposes, and that it was much more likely that Deputy Minister of Defense was more like a prisoner of Wagner than anything else. And then as a final point, or actually, there are two more points. The second last point here, I know we're working way back in the nest. It's the 10th item back in the nest, a tweet by Eric Toller. This is the video in which Prigozhin claimed that not only did they control Rostov, but that they had also seized the nearby airfield. We made reference to that before when we were discussing Wagner air assets, wondering whether they had actually transferred any of them to that airfield. And if anybody does any searches for that or sees any of that, please bring it to my attention, because I'm even though it may not matter now, I'm still curious about what the plan was with this, Wagner's plan in this revolt. Last item then in this block is, I guess it would be the 11th item back. And I'll just point out that there were reports, I haven't seen photographic evidence of this, but there were reports that Wagner forces were pushing out beyond Rostov, south toward Krasnodar, and I believe to the east toward Volgograd, with the suggestion that they were, trying to expand, potentially to build a defensive perimeter. But if that's the case, that conflicts with the reports that apparently they weren't screening to defend against the approaching Chechens. So it's just hard to understand. I'm taking these anecdotal reports, I'm trying to integrate them, and it's not clear how they become consistent. Okay, so we were caught up in a bunch of side discussions for quite a while there. I am hoping to move on now to updates with regard to Wagner's push toward Moscow. It's going to take me a minute to put some material up in the nest. I'm wondering maybe one of my co-hosts could do a quick administrative update.
Sure, I'd be happy to. If you like hearing what's happening in our space, by all means, go down to the bottom right-hand corner. You'll see the little purple button. And if you hit that, you'll be able to share the space out to your friends and followers, and hopefully they'll come in and listen as well. If you want to request to speak, on the bottom left hand of your screen, you'll see a mic button that you can hit in order to request to speak. We do often cycle speakers when you get up here, so just be aware that that happens. And sometimes we cycle people up and down, and you can just request when you have another question. I think that's all I had.
Hey, I was going to take you up on that offer. I'm going to cycle down to the listener.
Thanks for joining us, Peter. It's always nice to have you. Okay, so in the push toward Moscow, there are some new items up in the nest. The first of which, for those who wouldn't have seen it, is just a map of the route that they were going to take, so that you can get some context for it. You'll see on this map that the solid arrow goes to the city of Voronezh. My understanding is that they pushed past Voronezh, and they had pushed almost halfway past it toward Moscow before word came that Wagner was turning itself around. I think the claim I saw was that they were within 300 kilometers at the point that order was to turn around was given. So that's the route that they were working toward. The second item in the nest has some video that shows just how much or just what kind of heavy equipment Wagner was moving. We heard from Intel Schizo earlier talking about the rapid pace of their advance, and you can see that it's because they were moving all of this heavy equipment on flatbed trucks. So they were logistically quite well organized. And he was making the point that it didn't seem like their progress was slowed very much by the need to resupply, nor by obstacles that were put in their path. And so it seemed like an impressive sort of military operation. The third item back in the nest includes a video. The Russians had reportedly been filling up dump trucks with sand to make them as heavy as possible. They had been using semi-trucks, city buses and the like to try to block the roads. But you can see from this video how that it appeared not to be a significant hurdle for Wagner, and that they managed to essentially just knock these roadblocks aside. At the same time, the fourth item back in the nest shows how they went with more drastic measures, and they actually used backhoes to start to dig ditches or, like minor level fortifications to break the road, which is interesting. There were other videos that came out of some roadblocks where rather than knock the vehicles aside, as you saw in that video a moment ago, the Wagner convoys apparently drove off and around them on the road. And so when I see these efforts to dig up the highway, I'm also wondering whether they're done in places that are marshy or steep, so that it actually would form an obstacle rather than just destroy the road for commercial purposes, but allow Wagner convoys to, pass them by without too much difficulty. I'll admit I'm not sure on the answer about that. But Nick, I see you have a question. Go ahead.
Sorry, I couldn't get my mute button to shut up. Michael, my question is about the disgruntled Wagnerites, and I think that you should finish your updates and then come back to my question. Thank you.
Sure, I appreciate that. And looking at how much material I have available to cover, we'll see how much sort of speculation discussion we'll get into. But I appreciate you waiting so I can try and power through. So the next block of tweets should appear in the nest in just a moment. Sorry, just scrolling to the front. This is to reinforce points made by Peter and others that, contrary to the arguments that this was a false flag, or perhaps arguing against the idea of this having been a false flag, there were some significant pieces of equipment that were used in combat, and that there were notable equipment losses. And so you'll see the first tweet in the nest is just a video that contains audio of fighting in the Voronezh region. But if you have a look at the second item back, that shows the use of a Russian attack helicopter to destroy several pieces of Wagner equipment. And so there really was sort of a running battle going along the M4 highway as that convoy proceeded toward Moscow. The third item back in the nest is an observation by OSINT Technical, who had a look at roadblocks and the what would have been initial points of contact of Russian forces with Wagner, and he's noting what he characterizes as a distinct lack of heavy equipment at this particular roadblock in the video. He's saying that there's just a single BTR-80, and that if they encountered Wagner forces, that they would have considerably more equipment than that. So he's essentially questioning how effective these initial points of combat might have been if the Russians had reached them. Now, there were other videos that came out of Wagner forces apparently driving through some checkpoints. I don't know if those checkpoints were even as well equipped as the one in this OSINT Technical tweet. So it may be that there was some contact, but that it didn't appear to present much of a hurdle. So given that we've seen attempts at roadblocks that were either driven around or just knocked off the road, there were attempts at a little bit of entrenching or ditches that it's not clear Wagner had to surpass, but it didn't look like an insurmountable barrier. I think that one of the most significant problems for Wagner to handle would have been as they got even closer to Moscow, they would have had to cross the Oka River. So the fourth item back in the nest is a map showing the rivers, or excuse me, the bridges that cross that river, and that they had all been closed. There were some videos, for example, of sort of side swinging drawbridges that were temporarily closed, and others of just those bridges being set as defensive points. And I suspect that that would have been the first real hurdle that they would have encountered. But I see Schizo's hand has gone up, and I suspect it's in connection with this. So Schizo, go ahead. So Schizo, if you're there.
Yes, sorry. Yeah, with the bridges, this was just a quick comment. So I think let me double check the map that you posted. So there was a different one I think I shared where it showed like a broader view. There was 3 bridges that the Russians were talking about, or like the like Kremlin faction, if you will, was talking about utilizing to slow the advance. And what's interesting with the the one that is this the oh no, this is a different city. Where the M4 highway goes over the river. There's the main highway itself with the bridge, and the Russians were like, "Hey, look, we can swing the bridge out. You can't cross." And if you look on Google Maps, literally like a quarter of a mile east, there's like a smaller bridge, like a little 2-lane bridge, and it's literally like if you're looking on the interstate, like the M4 highway, it's like a little. You get off like a mile or so before the main M4 bridge, and you go onto this little bridge, and then it pops right back out on the other side. It was kind of hilarious, at least for the M4, where they're like, "Hey, look, we operated the drawbridge, so they can't cross." And it's like, well, the other bridge isn't a drawbridge, and it just goes right around your obstacle. It was kind of hilarious.
Yeah, I saw that. I saw that they also kind of gave up on that apparent strategy with the drawbridges in terms of just keeping them withdrawn. I suspect they would have had to mount a more traditional defense. Okay, so actually, before I continue, I know Nick is holding his comment. Gunther, did you want to come in on anything we discussed recently?
Yeah, just a quick question. So I know they had like a Panzer AA system, but was the Russian Air Force really paralyzed? Like they couldn't do anything? Because it seems like that could be overcome to defeat a small convoy going straight down a road. That's a mystery to me.
Yeah, I wouldn't describe them as paralyzed. I'll admit. So, you know, I'm limited. There's just so much flow of information. I'm limited in how much I can include and get through this in any kind of reasonable time. I'm probably definitely pushing that. So in addition to these videos of the attack helicopters, there were also videos of fixed-wing aircraft performing strikes on the convoy. I did see video that claimed to be destroyed vehicles along the route. Although there were some contesting whether those videos were recent or not. So I understand that they took some losses. I wouldn't describe them as paralyzed, but it certainly seemed like they were less effective than you would have expected, and that Wagner, in its use of air defense, was more effective than you would have expected. But this has drawn a couple of hands. So we'll go to Colby and then Intel. Go ahead, Colby.
I would say that largely they didn't even really attempt to use the Air Force to stop it. Rotary wing assets, helicopters, we definitely saw were used, and Wagner shot a number of them down. But the Russian Air Force has many hundreds of fixed-wing aircraft, and we've only seen a fraction of those actually employed in the invasion of Ukraine. And we won't get into, why that is, but I don't think that there was much of an attempt made for one reason or another. And again, that's a very lengthy conversation, so I won't, I'll go back. I'll yield back to Michael so that you can keep things moving along, because we could have an hour-long discussion just about the topic of the Russian Air Force. But based on what I saw, they did not make a serious attempt to use the assets they had to stop the convoy.
Right. And I mean, given that a deal was ultimately reached, you would presume that there was negotiation going on during that whole time. And I saw some people suggest that given the number of helicopters that were shot down, that might have started to accumulate into a hurdle to negotiations concluding, as in we've just gone too far. Ultimately, that didn't turn out to be the case. And so you have to assume that that was perhaps why, more forceful action wasn't taken, or among the reasons. Schizo, please go ahead.
Yeah, as a lot of you know, I was up all night in the Mario space. I'll try and condense a lot of the different narratives that I heard, because the same question was asked a lot, being like, where's the Russian Air Force? One narrative I heard was in relation to more of a training side. I forget the name of the specific air wings that are, stationed closer to Moscow. But very much the narrative was that those particular units further north aren't as well trained compared to other air wing units, or like other just fighter squadrons and bomber squadrons. Another narrative, I'm just trying to like really condense it down for time. Another narrative was if there was serious concerns about like this being some serious attempt to threaten the central government, then it could be questions of how do we know which pilot will be trustworthy and not bomb our own guys, or bomb there could be hesitations among the pilots in terms of accidentally dropping a bomb on their own guys or hitting civilians. I mean, it's a packed interstate. That wouldn't play too well in the mutiny narrative, where Prigozhin was like, hey, we're not going to hurt anybody. We're going after two guys. And if the Russian MOD just drops a bomb on the middle of the interstate and kills like 60 civilians, like it's not going to play too well. And then and then there's like historical stuff with like the engine maintenance on a lot of these planes isn't great. We could have like a whole nother space on the Russian Air Force issues, but those were kind of some of the condensed down versions of what was talked about in the like the 24/7 space.
Yeah, thanks, Schizo. And to the end of not being sure who can be reliable, while that might be a consideration, the first item in the nest is a claim I came across. I know that it's just from Telegram, but it's a claim that one of the helicopters that was shot down was actually crewed by more senior officers than was normally the case, and that's partly because the crew that was supposed to go up refused. And so it's not just a question of can they be reliable, but there were claims that some people were refusing the missions that were assigned to them. And so that's another complicating factor. We have a new speaker, Brandon. Would you like to go ahead?
Hello. Yes, thank you. I just have a question about why Prigozhin took his army to Moscow and didn't go all the way to Kremlin. To Kremlin, and he stopped short of that. And I'm just wondering your thoughts on why he didn't pursue that further and possibly take his army all the way to the Kremlin and meet with Putin and make a deal or a peace deal or something along those lines. That would have been a good option for him in terms of the military, in terms of the entire war and the peace deal that he could have made with Putin. And Putin would have probably been happy that Prigozhin made a deal with him. And then Zelensky would have obviously knew about that as well. And then I want to know also your thoughts about the video that Putin released that sort of states the vision for the war and where it's going and how he thinks that this should all play out, even though most of the countries in NATO are opposed to him. Thank you.
Sure. We won't go into the broader war in this space. I do hold conversations twice a week, so we'll be having a conversation tomorrow on broader topics. Your question about why didn't Prigozhin push all the way to the Kremlin, that goes to the question I think everybody is asking, which is why did he launch this initiative? What were his goals? Did he think he realistically had a chance of success? And I think that the simple answer is that he thought his best way to get out of his predicament was to take a deal, and that it's probably unlikely that the force that he had pushing to Moscow would have succeeded on the field, or that there would have been an extremely high risk that it wouldn't, and that while he could have persisted, even if that, in Rostov for a time, even if that force had not succeeded in Moscow, that there is a point where the actions are irrevocable, and that any opportunity to negotiate would have been irretrievably lost. Given the speech that Putin gave, I think many people expected that point had actually already been crossed, and that's why so many people around us today are surprised that Putin would call him a traitor and then agree to a deal with him. But I think ultimately it's just that Prigozhin was playing this more for political advantage than to actually win militarily, and that his chances were probably not particularly high. But Colby, I saw your hand go up. Did you want to comment on this?
Yeah, I think you pretty much covered it. I mean, this is the $1 million question that we're all asking. And I guess all I could add is that I have to imagine that Prigozhin made a determination that he was not actually going to succeed in entering the city and repeating what he was able to in Rostov. And so he decided that he had a better chance of living by trying to cut a deal with Putin rather than forging ahead and then getting into a firefight with the state security services that were in Moscow. So that's all I can say. This is it's all speculation, right? I mean, it's very much unknown still. So
yeah, you and I are definitely on the same page. So I'm going to power through a few more updates. I'll probably try and move at a faster clip. A lot of the next segment or segments have already been referred to in the discussion, so I'll just touch on them so that you know that there's additional reading material there if you'd like it. So starting from the second item back in the nest, I wanted to talk about losses of equipment. We have a couple of sources we can look to. There is footage of individual wreckage, and so we can track it down to that level in many cases. In other cases, even if we don't have ground footage of wreckage, we have video of the aircraft, being struck and then crashing. If that second item back in the nest is a consolidation that comes from a Russian Telegram channel that's generally considered pretty reliable, called Fighter Bomber, and they post with the claim that they lost 6 helicopters and that one IL-22 sort of electronic recon plane. I think that in addition to that, there was a claim of a 7th helicopter shot down as well. And I've seen some people note that some of the helicopters that went down, like the Mi-8s, were a specialized type, again, used for reconnaissance. And so they were, particularly valuable beyond a normal helicopter. If you wanted to look at the broader coverage of equipment losses, I note in the third tweet back in the nest that Oryx has created a new list. He's titled it Chef's Special in honor of Prigozhin, documenting equipment losses in the 2023 Wagner mutiny. So have a look at that. I suspect that will continue to be updated by Oryx's team over the next days as more imagery comes out. Although, we've discussed in my regular spaces that Oryx is looking to sort of retire from the battle damage tracking business, but his team will continue. The fourth item back in the nest, just to finish coverage on the push toward Moscow. It was on the progress that was made toward Moscow, and you can see that they pushed well past Voronezh, and that they were within 1 to 2 hours of Moscow at the time that they decided to turn around. In addition, I didn't see a ton of coverage of this, but there was some, even though it appeared they tried to largely bypass Voronezh, that there was some fighting there. So you'll see in the fifth item back in the nest, shrapnel and damage to cars, suggesting that there was shelling likely by Kremlin-controlled forces. In addition, there was a weird instance, the sixth item back in the nest, where a fuel depot just outside Voronezh caught on fire. This occurred around the same time that Russian attack helicopters were attacking the Wagner vehicles, and some people were suggesting that maybe there was an accidental release of weapons from the helicopters, or that for some reason they intentionally attacked the oil depot. But if you have a look at the sixth item back in the nest, you'll see some video out from, it's the tweet by Caliber Obscura, and he says it appears from the footage much more likely that the strike on the oil depot there was either the result of flares launched by the helicopters as part of evasive maneuvers, landing and then lighting the depot on fire, or possibly air defense rounds that were fired toward the helicopters that just missed them. I think there's a very narrow miss in this footage, and that they may have just, coincidentally continued on and struck the oil depot. And just as a final, or I guess 2 more points. Second last point, it's the tweet 7 back in the nest from BBC Russia, noting that they had just begun to make the announcement that they would be imposing a counterterrorism regime, so, a form of localized martial law, in anticipation of the arrival outside Moscow. I understand that's now been canceled, although you'll be pleased to know that since Moscow officials had said that there would be, no work on Monday, in an effort to keep people off the streets, that despite the fact that the invasion of Moscow is off, apparently Moscow officials have come out and said, well, it will continue to be a day off work. And so there's much celebration in Moscow. Last point in this block, it's the 9th item back in the nest. And that was just the fact that this tweet refers to just one plane, but ultimately 2 of Putin's sort of the VIP planes departed Moscow for St. Petersburg, landing at a military base just outside of it. And so there was much speculation about Putin having gone to St. Petersburg. At the same time, Russian sources, I think these were Russian official sources, came out and said that they would be moving some government administration offices to St. Petersburg, I guess out of an abundance of caution. But the last I heard, the official claim is that Putin did not leave Moscow, but I haven't seen confirmation, that's conclusive one way or another on that question. For the next section, I wanted to get into, first I'll put up some details for those who haven't seen it, of Putin's speech. And then I wanted to get into the deal that's been reached. Even though we've discussed it, I'll just show you the tweets in case you want to follow up on them. So I'll put up if you'll excuse me. I'll put up the copy of Putin's speech that comes with English subtitles for those who didn't stay up to watch it. And I still think it's interesting to see it now in light of the fact that a deal was reached, because there was commentary on the fact that Putin appeared to be visibly angry in this speech, as opposed to he tries to keep a very solid demeanor most of the time. They also noted, strong language was used, saying that Wagner had committed treason and that it had essentially stabbed the Russians in the back, and that Putin had said, "I will do everything possible to end this threat," thereby taking personal responsibility, as opposed to saying something like the Ministry of Defense will take all actions possible to stop this threat, which would have given him a little bit more wiggle room in the event that there had been extended fighting or that it was not resolved quickly. So that was an interesting degree of commitment, which, and others, for example, noted that Putin did not at all make use of Prigozhin's name, which people were interpreting as a bad sign, in that whenever Putin has an opponent, whether it be politically like Navalny, or otherwise, physically, for example, in fighting in the Georgian wars, he would never make use of the name of his opponents. And so people took this to mean that he really viewed Prigozhin as an opponent. And so all of that's interesting in light of the fact that a deal was ultimately reached. And so what I've done is I've put up in the nest a block of tweets. So I think I'm going to do that just to try and work through the last of the content here, rather than putting them up individually. So you'll see the second item back in the nest is a thread called "It's Over," and you'll see that within that it includes a link to the translation of Prigozhin's statement that they were withdrawing. Interestingly, following that, there was a note Prigozhin put out saying that the matter would be resolved, but that he had not reached a final agreement with Lukashenko, which is interesting. And I think that hinges on the idea, just as we have been discussing, what's going to happen with Shoigu and Gerasimov. It's been suggested that sort of a framework agreement had been reached that may not actually have specified that, other than to say that it would be a matter to be further resolved, which, if true, would be quite an interesting approach to sort of call off a revolt without the final terms being hammered out. There was an interesting point made that there's some precedent for this deal, in that Kadyrov and Kadyrov's father had actually been opponents of the Kremlin during the Second Chechen War, but that they also switched sides. So despite having been, very directly opposed to the Kremlin's interests, that the Kremlin does appear to be willing to reach deals even with people who you would otherwise assume are significant enemies. I'll pause for a moment, and I see that Kitty has her hand up. Kitty, would you like to go ahead?
Thanks, Michael. Yeah, I was just wondering which tweet in the nest has the stuff about Prigozhin saying the deal isn't complete.
So it should be the second item back that starts with "It's over," but then under that there's a heading that says, "No agreement yet." And I think that same claim was reported by several people.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Where it just says that the apparently the framework or the draft of the deal said that the matters with regard to Shoigu and Gerasimov would be resolved, but that details were not available. And if you do search for Prigozhin, I think particularly with Lukashenko, so Prigozhin, Lukashenko, you'll probably find reference to his tweet directly. I think that War Translated probably handled that. Okay, I am just reviewing what's next. If you wanted to see the terms of the deal or the consequences of it, I've just put another item up in the nest. It's the one that starts with the phrase Peskov on deal. And so you'll see there Max Seddon summarizing what Kremlin spokesman Peskov said the terms of the deal included. And then below that, you'll see some footage both of Wagner forces beginning their withdrawal from Rostov, and then the third item in that thread of Prigozhin himself apparently leaving Rostov, all of which is interesting. I also have some material on the positions that were taken by various forces, various political forces that I'd like to at least highlight to you. If you'll bear with me. Yeah, so I'll put these up. I'll put them up all at the same time. I'm just going to the bottom here. And perhaps what I'll do is I'll run through these comments from sort of allies and the political implications of it. Then we'll take some last questions, and then we'll probably wrap up. There's just so much material because it's been an incredibly active day and a half that it's hard to run through it all. But I'll note that there's some material we won't get to. And so if you click through any of these items that is appearing in the nest now, you'll see the thread that has all of the working material. So we'll start with the tweet first in the nest that says Wagner allies. And if you wanted to see how people came out in connection with these events, because I think that's what's really going to be interesting in the political shakeout, is those who stuck their necks out to either back Prigozhin or Putin will be punished or rewarded, as appropriate, depending on whether they backed the Kremlin. So in that tweet on Wagner allies, you'll see, for example, that the Russian Freedom Corps, the RTK, which has been launching raids across the border in the Belgorod region, came out and essentially he called Prigozhin a real Russian patriot, and basically said that if Prigozhin was looking to overthrow Putin, then there was potential for his group to support Prigozhin in that. You'll also see there's a tweet there from War Translated that noted that the PMC Rusich, which is much more of an avowedly Nazi unit, also came out in support of Prigozhin, and that also some Storm Z units, which are the Russian convicts on the front line, actually came out and also made a video offering to fight along with Wagner. Now, as we go through these people who stuck their necks out and backed Wagner, clearly they're in different positions in terms of the consequences. So groups like the Russian Freedom Corps, which is already opposed to the Kremlin, really, won't suffer any different outcome. But you would imagine that individual soldiers like the Storm Z unit, which made this video, would probably be at significant risk of retribution, just because politically they don't have very much cover for themselves. Interestingly, also, there were several prison riots that launched around the same time. There was one prison particularly near Moscow. The name escapes me. It starts with a V, but the timing was interesting. It was not confirmed that those riots were with the intention to support Wagner, but that's certainly the implication that I've seen. Moving on from Wagner's allies to Russian responses, if you have a look at the second item in the nest, you'll see that there was both active support, so there's the phrase there, loyalists, where you'll see several officials, including the leaders of most of the Ukrainian occupied territories, like Saldo, Aksionov, Rogozin, and so on, came out explicitly and endorsed Putin. But then other people were less confident. So if you have a look at that tweet from Bill Browder underneath the phrase Putin's cronies flee, that links to a Ukrainska Pravda article that breaks down probably about a dozen of the most high-profile and wealthy Russians who left, including, I believe, the oligarch's name is Manturov, is probably the highest profile of those. Several leaving to Turkey and some leaving to Baku. And so it will be interesting to see what consequences come to those who, didn't back Wagner, but essentially, abandoned ship. There, interestingly, you'll see under Gherkin's Patriots Club in that same tweet that Igor Gherkin came out and said that we're forming a statement in regard to Prigozhin's actions, and we'll bring all kinds of veterans forward to make it clear where we stand. But it didn't seem like he was particularly clear in that statement about where they stood. And so it looks almost like they missed their window to sort of make their political affiliations known, which I found amusing. One other that I'll highlight, and this isn't a political position, but more in response to the political turmoil, it should appear as the first item in the nest, that apparently there was quite a lot of pressure on the Russian ruble, and that the exchange rate looked like it was beginning to collapse. But you'll see here, when the graph populates in a moment, that it looks like the Russian central bank took some significant steps to try to maintain the exchange rate. And you can see it sort of whipsawing, or, like a sawtooth pattern, where the market was forcing the ruble exchange rate lower and lower, but then the intervention steps by the central bank were keeping it fixed. I haven't seen an update in the last few hours to see whether the market has stabilized. There was early speculation, for example, that the Moscow Stock Exchange might not open on Monday, but given the unexpected change in terms of a deal being reached, I suspect that they prefer to try to run business as usual as much as they can in Moscow. If you have a look at the fourth item back in the nest, you'll see a couple of other responses. So Kadyrov waited quite a long time. I don't think he came out until the middle of the night in sort of North American East Coast, or essentially he didn't respond in the overnight window, and it wasn't until early the next day that Kadyrov came out and declared himself strongly for Putin. But then, of course, from there he moved fairly quickly, as we discussed, having the Akhmat fighters or Chechen fighters drive toward Rostov. In that same tweet, fourth item back, with the Chechen response, interestingly, the FSB also came out, both the FSB itself and also an organization of FSB veterans, and called on Wagner not to pursue this course of revolt. Given that some people were speculating that Prigozhin may have connections with the FSB that allowed him to take a more aggressive political stance, and or suggestions that the Wagner forces made it through the border into Russia more easily because of FSB connections, at least outward publicly, the FSB was condemning his actions. The fifth item back in the nest refers to the responses from Russian allies. And there you'll see that Putin called on several of the members of the CSTO, including Belarus, Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, and others. I know that he also had conversations with Turkey and I think one or two other Central Asian republic. And the suggestion is that he may have asked for assistance or sort of broached the subject. Interestingly, the Belarusian, I think it's their Security Council, came out and supported both Russia, encouraged Russian unity, and said they still supported the Russian military action in Ukraine. But some said it was interesting that they didn't say directly that they supported Putin individually. And now I don't know whether that's actually hedging or whether we can read it at that level of detail, but that comment is out there. As well, in that same tweet on Russian allies, you'll see that the president of Pakistan, that the president of Kazakhstan, Tokayev, came out and said that he believed that the coup attempt was just an internal affair of Russia, which is essentially, while it's not clear that Russia made an official request for assistance, it does suggest that since it's an internal domestic matter, he felt like it was not Kazakhstan's place to get involved. In connection with Belarus's interest, there was also a lot of attention paid to a plane that was commonly used by Lukashenko and family, that it departed from Minsk and it ultimately traveled all the way down to Bodrum in Turkey. And there was speculation that Lukashenko may have sent his family ahead, or some suggesting he fled himself. Given his later role in negotiating the deal with Prigozhin, it seems like he remained within Belarus. As a final update on Russian allies, interestingly, a representative of the IRGC in Iran came out and declared their support for Putin, saying that if necessary, they would involve themselves to assist, which, I think is kind of funny under the circumstances. And then maybe what I'll do is I'll take a break and I'll ask Exit, would you mind running through some of the items in the heading under responses from the West?
I can do that.
Thank you.
Sorry, I just had to look them up for a second. The first tweet in there is about the U.S. Basically confirming that this is actually real, which was a real going concern at some point much earlier in all of this. When we were questioning things, it was interesting to have them come out. It was like sometime after a lot of us had actually decided that probably there was more to this than just some social media disinformation games, but it was nice to have them come out and actually confirm what they were hearing from their side as well. Second item in there is Blinken obviously came out today talking about some of his calls to the different G7 nations and essentially saying that they were keeping an eye on things, watching it closely, but not really putting a lot more context around it or even talking about what they were watching next or anything like that, which I think is probably exactly what you would expect them to see or to say publicly. While they may be watching closely and have some action plans in mind, depending on what happens, their public stance is much more likely to be quite reserved and waiting for more information. Interestingly, there was very little, if any, coverage coming out of China, which I think is probably something that we also would have expected. And I think you went over the Belarusian stuff already, if I'm correct, Mr. Bond. Did you?
Well, we touched on the Belarusian response from the Belarusian regime, the Lukashenko regime, but I'll very quickly run through what happened with regard to the opposition. So you'll see that as the 7th item back in the nest. It starts with the phrase "Belarusia watching," and that was a tweet from the Belarusian opposition leader Svetlana Tsikhanouskaya, who many believe is the rightful leader of Belarus and likely won the election in 2020, who, when Ukraine said, "We are watching," with regard to what's happening in Russia, she responded, "We are too." And then you'll see there that there is a video of her speech that's available in response to this, to the Wagner revolt in Russia, and that there was a lot of hope among Belarusians, particularly military folk who are either currently fighting in Ukraine or sort of waiting in the wings. And so there were calls to arms issued both by some well-known folk there. So there's one who is the founder of the first independent assault company. And then there was another that was released, call to arms by the Kalinowski Regiment, which is a Belarusian regiment that is fighting in Ukraine. So, that's one of the unfortunate steps, in connection with Wagner's revolt. You think that a lot of the fallout, even with the deal between Prigozhin and Putin, is that it's essentially weakened Russia regardless, because of the damage to potentially Putin's authority and the removal of some players in Wagner from the field. But it really does represent a lost opportunity for the folks like the opposition in Belarus, who saw this as potentially their moment where, if Russia was incapable of imposing their political will or supporting Lukashenko, that it may have been their opportunity to try to move toward a democratic model. So that's a shame. Exit, did you want to go ahead?
Just along the same lines as what you were just saying, I think Belarus might be one of the places to watch closely in the next couple of weeks. Obviously, what happens to those specific opposition members, and if there's any increase in kind of the military actions against those people, or Lukashenko's government in general against those people, will be interesting. But if Prigozhin is actually headed there, and Lukashenko needs to wrest a little bit more control of his government, or of his forces in general, there's a question of where Prigozhin would step in, and maybe, I think I have heard and I have speculated myself, if he goes to Belarusia, does that mean that he is now somehow beholden to Lukashenko? Does Putin maybe still gain some control over the situation? All of those sorts of things. And watching how that plays out and what markers we should watch for those things is something that I think should be on your radar in the next couple of weeks.
Thanks for that. In terms of the remaining content, I'm just going to run through. I think there are maybe 3 high-level items that I've put into the nest to cover, and then we'll open it up. I understand that we've been running quite a long time, and we may have lost some of the regular folk who come in, who may have wanted to engage in discussion, but I'll open it up for sort of a round of general discussion if any remains. So the additional items I wanted to highlight are with regard to the implications for what's actually happening in Ukraine. So starting with the second item back in the nest, I'll note we already referred to the Ukrainian Ministry of Defense noting that they were watching carefully. You'll see in that same tweet under the implications for the war, the idea that there has not been a meltdown. And so that's Christopher Miller, who writes for the Financial Times, reaching out to a senior Ukrainian military official who had said to him that there were no visible signs of a meltdown at the front line. However, Ukraine was watching closely in that this may create opportunities for them. So while there's been no meltdown, there were some isolated reports of advances by Ukraine in Bakhmut. And you'll see that in the tweet from Noel Reports under the phrase advance into Bakhmut, where he notes that Ukrainian sources on Telegram were saying that they had actually retaken several streets in the urban portion of Bakhmut, suggesting that the distraction that was occurring may have assisted them. More in terms of speculation, there's a tweet there also by Noel Reports under the phrase crossing near Antonovsky. And what that is about is a report that Ukrainian units had crossed the Dnipro River near the Antonovsky Bridge, right just across from Kherson, and that so this is a Russian report of Ukrainian movement, and that Ukraine had transferred several tanks across by ferry. Now, this came out while I was finalizing the content for this space. I haven't had time since then to check into what's happening on that front. I don't know whether this has been confirmed or disproven, but if anybody has heard what may be happening with the attempted river crossing, please do come up and let us know. Having a look at the third item back in the nest, which is a little, the last few points on the impact on fighting in Ukraine. And there were some initial claims of Russian internal fighting. Again, these are unconfirmed, but it came from the Telegram channel Bakhmut Demon, which reports on Ukraine pretty consistently. And they're suggesting that some leftovers of Wagner forces near Bakhmut may have opened fire on Russian regulars, and that it was all sort of within visible distance of Ukrainian forces, in addition to claiming that they were hearing chatter on the radio suggesting that there was internal fighting. And once again, these are claims I didn't have an opportunity to confirm before we jumped into the space. So if anybody has heard confirmation or refutation, please come up and let us know. One interesting suggestion about evaluating how much effect the Wagner revolt will have on Russian operations came from Henry Schlottman, and he suggested that you would probably see it first based on the operational pace of Russian offensives in the Kupiansk-Kreminna area, and to look at Russian artillery fire rates to see whether supply shortages may result from the interruption due to the fact that supplies couldn't flow through Rostov for a period. So that's a heads up on where to keep your eyes open. Finally, there was a tweet from Tatarigami, who is I believe he's in the Ukrainian Reserve, and he said that Russian forces on the front line often don't have access to the internet, may not have a lot of information content. And he had heard, so I asked him how he discovered this news, and he replied to me that it was not OSINT, that it was direct contacts of his. He had heard that the Russians were being told that Prigozhin had initiated an unlawful protest and that Wagner soldiers on the front line should not be regarded as adversaries unless they engaged in hostilities, and that they should really just focus on cooperation and the idea of the continued effort in their fighting against Ukraine. So it's interesting to hear that when Russian troops, otherwise wouldn't have free access to info, that they are still being fed, a designed set of essentially Kremlin-biased news, so that they're not too nervous about what's been occurring. As a final draw of material from the agenda that I prepared, it's the first item in the nest, and it's just a collection of the Russia studies analysts trying to make sense of what's happened. And this includes Michael Kaufman, Sam Bendet, Sam Green, Dara Massicott, and Ruth Derrimond. And the too long didn't read version is that everybody is super confused about motivations and how we wound up where we have. I would still encourage you, if you're following this closely, to have a look at their analysis. They're just a little bit too detailed to go into right at the moment. And so given that, we've run through more or less all the material I wanted to present. I did have some sections that could inspire conversation and speculation, both about Prigozhin's motives and what may happen next. So I'm going to put these tweets up in the front of the nest as they might inspire you to think about some issues, everything from the idea of, boy, Prigozhin really doesn't have very much elite, visible elite support. How is it that he has been able to take this aggressive stance in Russian politics for so long? If the FSB is coming out and condemning him, along with the Kremlin, and essentially no elites are coming out on his side, how has he had political support prior to this? And there are also questions about, is it possible that these turn of events may actually strengthen Putin's hand to act, on domestic policy, with the suggestion that Russia faces greater external threats that hadn't been understood, and that therefore they have to crack down for the purposes of safety, and potentially that could lead to additional escalation in the fighting in Ukraine, possibly by enabling additional mobilization. So those are some of the questions that remain open on my mind. And I know that, Nick, you've been extremely patient sitting with your hand up. Did you want to come in and start some conversation?
Yeah, I am fascinated. I mean, everything that you've said tonight, or much of what you said tonight, I should say, has sort of orbited around what I found super interesting when this was all going down today. Right after the news that Prigozhin had made a deal, there were reports and backed with screenshots of Telegram posts, I suppose, of how dismayed, abjectly dismayed, the Wagnerites themselves were at their boss's capitulation to a deal. And that got me thinking that this isn't really nearly over, not just for Prigozhin himself, but for all these poor sods who are, if they, could they be possibly, could Wagner possibly be subject to a forthcoming creeping purge where little by little all of the Wagnerites are picked off by the Russian secret police, who normally do these sorts of purges? Or could it be a sudden purge? Is there good reason for the Wagnerites to defect from Prigozhin himself and create factions armed factions. I mean, I just think that there's a lot of material possibilities that I haven't really heard any, but I was going to say I haven't heard anybody comment on, but I should also point out that I've had data connection issues all day long. So maybe you guys addressed it. Maybe it was addressed on other spaces. Maybe it was addressed in any number of ways, and I just haven't been able to keep up with it. But I think that is a sort of an avenue worth watching that we might not be fully aware of. Thank you.
I would totally agree with you that this is not over. To that end, two of the sort of think piece commentaries that came out in the last few hours, I moved to the front of the nest. One of them was from Bronislaw Slonchev, who's a political science academic in the U.S., and the other is from Sam Green, who's sort of a Russian studies focus. And Sam Green's piece even starts in the first sentence. My main thought, even as Prigozhin sends his men back to base, is that this isn't over yet. And so I know some hands shot up in response to your questions, so I'll defer to those in just a moment. But what I would say is that despite the fact that part of the deal, as reported by Peskov, is that even those Wagner fighters who engaged in the revolt would be pardoned, I think you're absolutely right that there will be crackdowns, particularly allocating reward and punishment based on who supported and who opposed. Partly as I ran through some of those people who stuck their necks out and took positions. But we have a bunch of hands. So in response to Nick's question, I think it was Piotr and then Patrick, and we'll go from there. Go ahead, Piotr.
Hi, Michael. Thank you. Sorry for my rambling earlier. I crashed as I was talking and my phone died, and my anecdote became a little bit too convoluted. That's what 5 hours worth of sleep does for you over 48 hours. Or how long did it? Well, whatever, 16 hours. Not enough time. To what was just said. I mean, I don't know where I stand on this whole, taking it at face value of what you guys have just said in the past, minute. Is it over? Isn't it over? I mean, strictly speaking, are we going to continue to see bridges being armed with bombs? Are we going to see, the threat of sort of Russian state soldiers being sort of capitulated or, gathered up and sort of put into lines, and Rostov on Don, sort of put under siege or sort of occupation? Probably not. But is it the sense that, psychologically speaking and longer term, Putin's regime is going to be fundamentally changed, as in it's not over? Yes, of course it is. I don't want to get too ahead of myself in saying sort of this is the beginning of the end for Putin, which so many people like to postulate over. But it isn't definitely status quo. It's not the continuation of yesterday. The Chinese will not be, I think, looking at this, treating Putin in the same way that they did, 3-4 days ago. And I'm very interested to see how, I think, I'll put it this way. The way I would summarize it is a good illustration, I think, of how well Putin or the political establishment more generally has over the military is how well they perform in Ukraine. Because, as I said earlier in another space, we've still got a massive war going on in a country that seemingly suddenly we all forgot about, or maybe some of us forgot about, right? We were so distracted by what we were seeing in these western oblasts of Russia that suddenly, the Ukraine war's basically been put on hold. So if the Russian military suddenly sort of try to carry on and the Kremlin tries to carry on as though nothing's happened, that's not going to gel well. The Wagner Group are no longer involved, based on my understanding of the developments that you've been describing. But they've still got a role to play in Russia's broader security apparatus vis-a-vis their near abroad. So that's sort of where my mind is at the moment, is sort of a multitude of different factors. But yeah, that I just wanted to chime in on that point, because I think it's a really good question and a really challenging one. Part of what I'm saying is just speculation, but it's going to be worth trying to, I think, make educated guesses in the coming weeks, because I think that's going to influence decision making in not just Kiev, but NATO and the West as well. But I'll pass back to you. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Piotr. I'll go to the two other hands that came up in response to Nick's question, and then we'll go around. I think it was Patrick and then Exit. Please go ahead, Patrick.
Thank you, Michael. Great. As always, you put on a great information space, man. You really do. As far as is this over, my first instinct is to say no. And let me try to explain that, because this is peculiar to the government that Putin has. His legitimacy is not through popular consent. It's through force and the ability to exercise power. So he just had to do a deal with the commander of his mercenary army who was marching on his capital. That looks like Putin took a shot at Prigozhin took a shot at the king. Whatever his intent actually was, and I think that is an open question even at this stage. Whether that was abortive, whether he never intended to go to Moscow and occupy it, we don't know. We've seen a lot of speculation about that, one way or the other. It looks like he took a shot at the king. Long term, Putin and Prigozhin cannot coexist. His presence, even in Belarus, is an active undermining of Putin's authority and power. And the other side to this is, there were precious few Russian ground units that provided any kind of resistance, either in the army or in the Rosguardia, the Russian National Guards. That's a problem. That's a big, big problem for Putin. I would expect, as these Wagner units are broken up and probably either scattered through the MOD or ground down and used as shock units to absorb casualties on the Russian front just to get them out of there, I would expect to see Prigozhin have a very short shelf life. I would also expect to see serious reorganization within the Moscow garrison. Putin, I think, will probably understand this is not necessarily an isolated incident if this war keeps going badly, and he needs to have reliable force on hand in the capital at all times. And this incident has revealed that he doesn't have that. The collection of scattered loyalist units, Rosguardia, and a few SFB troops in the capital were not going to stop Prigozhin if he had chosen to go in there. Now, he might not have been able to hold Moscow. That's an entirely different discussion. But he certainly could have made a fight of it, which would have been catastrophic for the Putin regime. And I think that's part of the reason that this deal was made, and that's just my speculation. But Nick, to your point, no, I don't think this is over. I think there is some serious house cleaning in order. I would fully expect Putin to be looking at exactly who stood up, who didn't, and who sat on the sidelines. Because the ones who sat on the sidelines are almost as bad. He's got to look at them and question their loyalty too. And from that perspective, Putin did not have a good day. He avoided the worst possible, some of the worst possible outcomes from today. But this is still not a good situation for him. Thanks, Mike.
Thank you, Patrick. One follow-up question from me is, when you talk about the fact that there wasn't very much ground opposition that was evident, if Prigozhin can't make it happen, given his unique access to an independent fighting force, who would Putin be afraid of? Would it be somebody in the security services or in the military? trying the same thing? Like, what are you imagining the problem is with that lack of ground defense?
Well, I think it's interesting that Prigozhin's argument was Gerasimov and Shoigu have thoroughly mismanaged this war. They don't care about Russian casualties. The average Russian soldier means nothing to them. And that kind of military populism in the face of what have been some shocking casualties for Russian troops, that may have resonated. I suspect that's why you saw a lot of units stand down and say, okay, I don't know how this is going to go. I don't want to get on the wrong side of it, whoever wins. And so my safe choice is not to take sides. And that's dangerous because Putin understands that he has to have his guys immediately say, okay, I'm loyal to the boss, whoever it is. I think the open question, as far as if Prigozhin couldn't do it, I don't know that he wanted to do it. I am very uncertain as to whether this was simply his power play in his ongoing fight with Russian MOD, of which that rivalry has been going since almost the time this war started, perhaps before, depending on what analysts you listen to. And I don't know that he wanted to take Moscow. I think Putin's reaction to him, when he came out this early in the morning and basically called what Prigozhin was doing a stab in the back. He called him a traitor and characterized what he was doing as rebellion and that he'd authorized the Russian forces to neutralize them. I think that may have surprised Prigozhin and caused him to escalate and say, okay, I'm going to force the issue on march on Moscow. I don't know that he intended to do that from the outset. Now, I could be wrong, but to your point, who does he have to fear? It's the same people he's always had to fear. I've been saying that if the Russian power structure, which is made up of the military, the oligarchs, and then the security and intelligence services, if those three pillars took enough damage, somebody was eventually going to try something like this. I didn't anticipate it being Wagner. They were the kind of the catalyst element in all this. But that threat remains. And he's got to worry about it if he keeps doing very, very badly in Ukraine compared to expectations, and he keeps taking huge casualties. Those concerns from the average Russian trooper are not going away.
But Patrick, but what about the Great Purge of the 30s? Like, I'm sure you're familiar with Stalin during the 1930s when he did that, right?
I'm so glad you brought that up.
Because that's what I tried to mention. Sorry to interject. 2 seconds.
Yeah.
Because, like, I said this at midday, so 15 hours ago. I said those who make explicit statements that they support Putin's actions now, or Prigozhin, they are taking a side. So that's a massive purge, right? So isn't that a massive risk on their front? So we're going to see a massive change to the power structure of Russia. Aren't we seeing a sort of, or am I overdoing it? Sorry to inject. I just really wanted to jump in on that.
No, I don't think you're wrong. At minimum, I think we see a massive change in the security architecture because the comparison to the 30s is very, very apt. Putin does not have the kind of terrorizing security service that Stalin had. And I mentioned this months ago. I said the Russian army was going to need a type of NKVD commissariat unit to keep its own people in line if things kept going badly. And lo and behold, here we are, 10 months later. They certainly could have used that today. So I think option one for Putin, and probably one of his first tasks, is to say, who can I trust? And then grab those people up, concentrate them, and start looking at who do I need to kill? Who do I need to isolate? Who do I need to send to the outer reaches where they can't do me any harm? I think you do see a revamping of the internal security apparatus in Russia following this at a bare minimum, just because Putin understands this almost got really bad. And if it ever happens again, he wants to be in a better position to deal with it next time.
Okay, well, thanks for that back and forth, guys. Because these conversations can become branching, I saw two hands go up in response to this topic. So I'm going to go to Exit and then Colby, and then perhaps I'll go back to the original hand order. Exit, go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted to really amplify Nick's point that Wagner could split. The idea of Wagner forces splitting, while they are well armed and have arguably some friendly people in the Russian army and other places around, and then essentially ending up with armed gangs running around Russia, is a concern that we probably should take pretty seriously. It's there. Then you would lose control of that situation fairly quickly, depending on how friendly or not friendly other Russian armed forces people are to those people. And since you've just gone through some combat scenarios, likely with people who you've built trust with, there might be more of a propensity to that situation happening than we might expect to see in other scenarios. And so just keeping an eye on that is, I think, a really good point that Nick brought up.
Which might be partly down to a study of who are senior commanders within Wagner and how do they expect to be treated in connection with this deal. And I'm thinking specifically of Dmitry Utkin, who is sort of the most senior lieutenant, as I understand it, on the military side. And he was reportedly leading the column heading to Moscow. And so it would be fascinating to think about what his perspective on all of this would be. But I'll go to Colby, and then we'll see about hands. Go ahead, Colby.
Thank you. I would echo the thesis that there is no component of the Russian state security apparatus today that can match the role that the NKVD played during Stalin's time. And Putin very much needs an entity like that because Russia's at war again, in a big war. And the Russian state security apparatus, as it is designed, their role is internal security, maintaining law and order inside Russia and keeping a very close eye on the army. But I don't think that, as evidenced by what just happened, they don't seem to have the capacity to really maintain control in a wartime situation where the threats are much more significant. They're more than capable of ensuring that the army doesn't try anything during a peacetime. And, this is part of the reason why the Russian army is performing so badly, is because it's by design not too capable so that they can't stage coups. This is purposely done by the FSB and other entities in the state security apparatus. That's all intentional. So Putin needs something like this. And one of the things that we're missing in this conversation, I've been listening to a lot of different spaces and I haven't heard this brought up, is the role that the FSO plays. Well, what's the FSO? That's the Federal Protective Service, which is less known than the FSB, which is sort of the successor to the KGB, Domestic Security Service. The FSO is essentially Putin's bodyguard service. That's part of it. And it has responsibility for protecting other high-level government officials and government properties. And officially, we don't know how big it is, although it's rumored to have tens of thousands of personnel. Bit of an open question. And this is who Putin is really going to be relying upon to maintain his power. But they don't have their own tank units. They don't have their own air force. And this is the challenge that sort of Patrick was alluding to, that if you have Wagner or other armed groups that are looking to stage a coup, and Putin is relying on the National Guard, who obviously many of them were not standing up to Wagner, and they as well, the National Guard is not part of the military. They don't have their own tank units. They don't have their own air force. They don't have their own artillery. It's, a light infantry, motorized infantry, internal security force. So the resources at Putin's disposal right now are not really seeming to be up to the task of going toe-to-toe with armed groups, whether it be Wagner or Russian regulars who are interested in joining the mutiny against Putin or staging a new mutiny now that this one seems to have calmed down temporarily. So a lot of unknowns still. That Putin's still in very much dangerous territory right now, even though temporarily the storm seems to have calmed a little bit. As I said earlier, I think that the biggest threat remains that there's all these Wagner Group soldiers who are being told that they're not going to be prosecuted, but they're not going to be rolled into the MOD. So where does that leave them? What's going to happen to them? And the risk is that they are unhappy with Prigozhin cutting this deal, and they're still unhappy with Putin, and they're unhappy with the MOD, and they might find that there's some, somebody from within or powers on the outside that were sympathetic to Prigozhin's cause that might attempt to rally them and rally Russian army units that might also view this sympathetically and try and stage a second coup or a second mutiny.
Absolutely far from over. So I tend to let a conversation branch, but I know that from the outset, Carl and Jane had both been waiting quite a long time. So I'm going to go to Carl now, and then we'll flow from there.
Hey, regarding Prigozhin and Belarus, what does he get to take with him? As far as equipment, men, supplies, or is he kind of just by himself and with a small entourage?
Well, I mean, that's a great question. I'll admit I don't know. If anybody else specifically knows more detail that's come out on what the terms of Prigozhin's time in Belarus will look like, let me know. But I don't think we have that information at the moment. But people may want to wrap in some speculation as they go forward.
Okay.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry.
So was that your question, Carl?
Yeah. That was my question. And the one thought with it is because if he doesn't get to take much, then he's really, really lost a lot.
Well, absolutely. I think when you say he doesn't get to take much, I suspect it's not so much about the physical things he has access to, so much as his continued political influence, and how that can be constrained or affected is unclear. I saw one interesting comment, which was that now that the theoretical physical fighting is over, there may be fighting in the Kremlin over splitting up sort of the cinctures that Prigozhin controlled, as in Prigozhin may be exiled, but that others may now start to try to control his revenue streams and sort of pick him apart. And so I think that might be the bigger threat to him. I'll go to Jane, and then I see you waving, Piotr. We'll go to Jane, and then we'll go to Piotr. Go ahead, Jane.
Sure. I think that Putin is got to be. I mean, we've seen that there is a crack in his foundation that he did not think was there. And it was one that was exploited with extraordinary ease, mind-bogglingly so. And I think that point Patrick brought up about there being some type of NKVD latter-day service put together to really... I mean, he thinks intelligence, and he's going to think something like an NKVD is going to protect him. I think that, we have to still look at the fact that there is a finite amount of soldiers, hardware, resources, logistics for everything here. And I think that there's going to be a big rethink of how security is handled. Wagner fighters agreed with what's going on, what you're saying. I think that Prigozhin's power needs to be dialed down substantially, as much as Putin can do without making the public terribly unhappy. He's got enough fans out there, although people who have been his political, who've tried to go up against him politically in the past, 2 of them are in jail right now, and one of them's dead. So not exactly a great way to go. But I guess at the end of the day, there are so many pieces of this we are not going to know. And there was an interesting op-ed in the Washington Post today. Max Boot said, never let the dogs of war off the leash. If you're a tyrant, they will come back to bite you. So I will just leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Jane. Piotr, go ahead.
I mean, I resonate with that last quote. Max Booth is a great analyst, observer, commentator. But I have to disagree with some other points, although there's been a few, so I might not remember all of them. I can't even remember the acronym of the other one that was mentioned before by another speaker, and that's because clearly, no, not that one. The entity that's comparative to the FSB.
The FSO.
Yeah. It doesn't matter, and I don't mean to sound ignorant when I say that, but like if the Wagner Group are able to get through Russia's main force of defensive lines, like Putin's private, it's not a private army. It's like it doesn't matter what his private security forces. It's irrelevant, frankly. In this kind of let's use the real-time data that we saw. What did we see? Major flights on flight radar getting the hell out of Russia, right? We saw, I think at around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, a flight being rejected from Kazakhstan airspace. There was signs that the Lukashenko's family were leaving Belarus into Turkey. The point I'm making is that the oligarchs, the minigarchs, the entities that have been as much of a benefactor of Putin's regime as much as they have enabled Putin's regime, they'll get the fuck out. Putin is, in a lot of people's minds, as expendable as he is indispensable. It depends who you ask, and it depends to the extent by which they're willing to support him. And that was reflected also in state leaders, right? One of the only few state leaders to come out explicitly and say, we support you, mate, was Erdogan. And why? Because Putin explicitly said, I support you, Erdogan, in the Turkish election a month ago. Even the Islamic Republic of Iran said in a statement, we support, I can't even remember, a diplomatic process, or we support peace. They didn't mention Putin, and they didn't mention supporting the current situation, i.e. the state government. Why? Because they're an autocratic regime which emphasizes self-interest and survivalism. If that means that Prigozhin ensures their survivability as the governance of Iran, then they'll support Prigozhin, right? Putin is, they'll let him go. The point I'm making is that I don't think we should put too much emphasis on certain entities sometimes, because it shows you how quickly it can change. I personally think that Prigozhin has a limited window. I definitely don't agree with whoever said that we'll see internal factions of Wagner Group fighting in Russia. I don't think that will start. I don't think you'll start seeing civil unrest, social unrest. If anyone's watched History Matters, the YouTube channel, and all he does is that emblem of a fire, right? When there's civil unrest, right? So you won't see pockets of fires popping up across Russia internally because there's civil unrest. I don't think that's going to happen. Were there segments of the Wagner Group that were disgruntled with Prigozhin? Sure, right? A lot of them felt that he was sending them to the guillotine. But I don't personally think that we're going to see just spontaneous combustion of social and civil unrest across Russia. That may well have happened in the past, but I think Putin has found a way to consolidate a bit of an iron grip. What I'm more interested is, I think it was you, Michael, that you said the infighting that may well come from within the Kremlin itself. Clearly, Gerasimov and Shoigu have a limited window, but that doesn't necessarily transcend into, I forget the name of the head of the FSB, doesn't necessarily mean Medvedev. And that's what I was asking Patrick earlier as well. And I'll land with this last point, which is we have seen a clear delineation of loyalty to either Putin or Prigozhin. And Prigozhin has put a lot of his cards on the table now. He's come out pretty good, but and Putin hasn't come out of it great, but Putin is still, I think, secured enough that he's not going to be toppled instantaneously. So I just want to push back or sort of urge a bit of, long-termism, if that's the right word, in terms of how we maybe see Russia, dissipate, what it means in Ukraine, the general power structure that develops from here. There's definitely going to be changes, but I'm just not sure that they're going to resemble the ones that we've heard a few different speakers say. I know it's a little bit general. I'm sorry I couldn't remember who said what. I just wanted to try and address as generalistically as I could. And the very last point I want to make to all 500 of you in here is, please give this man a follow. Please give this room a tweet, a share. Michael does these weekly. He's far more consistent than I am, and he goes to such a extent to be credible with the information that he provides. It's the best room, I think, on the app for genuine intellectual discourse. I go to other rooms because I'm trying to debunk bollocks, but I come to these ones because I learn and I'm offered the opportunity to chime in with my long-winded rambles. So kudos to you, Michael, and see you soon. But thanks a lot, mate.
Thanks very much, Piotr. I'm going to go to Riverside Kitty as co-host, and then to, I think CC was next, waiting longest. But go ahead, Kitty.
Thanks, Michael. Yeah, you just caught me thinking, like, who is going to be running things on the ground? Who's going to be prosecuting the war? And Patrick might know more about how that would be working right now.
Are you just looking to get an understanding of, who the commanders are, in that since my understanding is Wagner had been drawing off the line, that essentially there isn't much change in the lineup of the Russian commanders? But was that your question?
Yeah, actually it was. But so it's not coming down from Shoigu? They have no...
Your unit commanders, your platoon commanders, your regimental commanders, your area commanders have not changed.
Yeah, right. So, and it still remains to be seen how Shoigu's role will be affected. Shoigu, as I understand it, came up from a civil engineering side of things, and that I don't know that he has a huge amount of say on the actual distribution of command. There may be political elements to it, but I don't know that his removal would necessarily precipitate a big command shakeup. But Patrick has put his hand up, and I suspect he can give us more info.
Thank you, Michael. Riverside, the short answer is right now we don't know. There appears to have been some sort of deal negotiated between Putin and Prigozhin. The leading speculation is that this involves some type of shakeup in both the Russian Army General Staff and the Minister of Defense. So that's Shoigu and Gerasimov. If that's accurate, then we may see some level of command change to, I believe it was Angry Corporal. That'll probably be confined to a high-level command change. I wouldn't expect them to start getting down into Army and Division commanders. I don't think we see that go that far. Maybe long-term that happens as a result of, who came out in vocal support of Putin and who didn't. But I doubt we see that immediately. Who is selected to replace any relieved commander at that level will be something to watch. Suvarikin has been, his name has been tossed around, unsurprisingly. He had been formerly commanding and then was relieved. So there may be some shakeup, but to what extent and who specifically, I don't think we know yet.
Thanks for that, Patrick.
Co-host, I'm going to jump in here before my phone dies. But I just want to say, all you nerds out there, John, looking at you. Have you looked at the firm's data?
Most recently, I've looked at the firms, but only in regard to the Voronezh depot fire. What's up?
As in, there's nothing. It's like there's a complete pause across the front, and that's a little it's unnerving and a little concerning at the same time. Sorry for the dogs and losing their minds.
Yeah, that's okay, and I appreciate you waiting. I know that's lots of people wait, and if your phone's dying, I get it. I'm just going to ask the stupid question. It's not just cloud coverage, is it?
No, it's being corroborated with ISW and the battle map.
Okay, well, if anybody has any more specific insight into the question raised by Angry Corp, please feel free to come up and let us know. But that's interesting. I hadn't heard about that. I've been doing this now for 4 hours, and I was preparing for several before, so I just didn't see that. So thanks for bringing it to our attention. Until we get an answer on that, I saw John come up.
My apologies for jumping in, Michael.
Yeah, I understand. Thank you for your patience. I saw John come up. I think he may have been going to respond on the command issue, and then we'll go back to the order. So we'll go John, and then I think CC.
Thank you, Michael. What I think might be worth looking at more compared to, I guess, Shoigu and the position of Minister of Defense itself would be Gerasimov and the position of Chief of the Russian General Staff. Historically and presently, the dynamic has been that really in terms of day-to-day operations and managing the war effort, that has almost been exclusively handled by Gerasimov and the General Staff by extension. Gerasimov was the one that developed, Gerasimov and the General Staff as a whole were the ones that developed the initial plans for the invasion and essentially all high-level planning since then. Shoigu's job, my understanding is that Shoigu hasn't really been overly involved with any of these major military decisions. And if you kind of look back at the history of him personally, he has no military background. He was, I believe, he was the Minister of Emergency Situations prior to becoming Minister of Defense, I believe 2011, 2012, I think. And he was specifically put into this position because he is politically valuable to Putin. He is loyal to Putin, has been for decades. So obviously that dynamic could change if there is a new defense minister, whoever that might be. But at least for the moment, I would say the much more significant position is whoever ends up being the chief of the general staff.
Well, that's interesting insight. Do you, John, have detail down to the level of who the contenders might be?
I do not. My best guess would probably be one of the, on the one hand, my instinct is to say maybe one of the existing service heads like Surovikin and being the CEO of the VKS. But the aspect that I don't really know how to account for because I'm not super up to speed on what the current political relationships are is who amongst Russia's general officer corps actually if the goal is to placate Prigozhin, who would actually have that relationship that Prigozhin, and Putin would both want in that position. I don't have good insight into that aspect specifically, unfortunately.
Okay, well, we'll keep our eyes on the Gerasimov's current position, the chief of the general staff. I think it was Cece, and then I think after Cece, it may have been Aristonkel next. Go ahead, Cece, though.
So happy Cuckoo for Cuckoo Puffs end of day to everyone. It's quite a long day. I was working outside in the heat, so I was listening to stuff, but it was kind of
Cece, is your mic muted?
No, I'm speaking.
Sorry, Kitty. You may not be able to hear her, but Cece's coming through okay.
So basically, my question, which I hope to win for brevity tonight, which I think you'll appreciate, Michael, for the video above, is why ? Like why, and this question's for Colby. Colby, it's nice to see you. I haven't seen you in a long time. Why come this far to emasculate and then turnaround? I mean, I have a lot longer question, but I think that suffices.
Why did Prigozhin abort his attempt on Moscow? Is that what you're asking?
Well, not even that, yes, but why go through all of the theatrics of filming this, you know, basically putting your dick on the table with the other guys in this video and then do all these theatrics? And then did he find something like in the roads that led to Moscow logistically that like found it wasn't a problem, or was it all just theater? I couldn't, in working in the heat today, I can't parse it out.
So Colby, CC is referring to the video. It's the 6th Back in the Nest from Kevin Rothrock.
Oh, I just reposted it. So.
No, yeah, I see it.
Okay.
Yeah, I see it. Yeah. I mean, this is the $1 million question. This is what we've been, discussing on the space. Why?
Well,
why
I think it's been going for hours. So there's a lot of people here, probably hundreds that weren't here before. So
sure, yeah. So yeah. So yes. Why go through the risk? Quite frankly, why risk your life? Because that's what he's doing. He's he and Wagner, they're committing treason against the Russian state. That's what Putin said. They were all going to be thrown into prison as criminals. There was this special anti-terrorist operation that was announced. Why take the risk and then, aborting the process and cutting a deal instead? So that's what we're trying to figure out. I said earlier that during the drive on Moscow, one possibility is that Prigozhin determined that he did not believe that he was going to be able to succeed in entering the city and capturing the city in the manner that he did in Rostov. And Rostov went without much fighting, but perhaps he had information that the resistance in Moscow was going to be sufficient enough that he would not succeed and he would end up dead in his attempt. And so he decided to cut a deal. Perhaps he was, further to that, expecting that he had collaborators within Moscow, and there has been some chatter about this. It's all very unconfirmed, but some people were saying that there were already Wagner forces inside Moscow that were waiting, and that he had collaborators in various different positions within the various state security apparatus, whether it be the FSB or other agencies, and perhaps those people backed out and were no longer to support him, so he aborted and decided, okay, I'm going to cut a deal with Putin. So a lot of possibilities, but, it's all still speculation. We don't know the answer to this. It's very much an open question, a mystery, and it's a question of, where do we go from here? Like the current deal between Prigozhin and Putin seems very untenable to me on a number of different levels, because Prigozhin, even though he aborted this and he made a deal, this has really shook the Russia's monopoly on violence, right? The state has to maintain a monopoly on violence, otherwise it loses legitimacy, and this is especially true in Russia. So if Prigozhin can do this, stage a mutiny and get away with it, then what does that say to everybody in Russia? What does that say to other disgruntled factions that might be inclined to attempt this themselves if there's no actual punishment for what Prigozhin just did? And right now, Putin's saying that there will be no punishment. They're going to give amnesty to the participants. Prigozhin's being ostensibly allowed to go into exile in Belarus. So I don't view that as a long-term enduring situation. I think that Putin is going to need to reverse himself on that arrangement in order to maintain legitimacy. We were discussing the possibility of purges earlier. I agree with Patrick on that as well. I think that, Putin should be taking very close account of the people that came out against Prigozhin and those that were silent on the sidelines. And those people, might find themselves getting dragged away in the middle of the night. If I was Putin, I would be pretty paranoid right now. So that seems to be a reasonable, probable situation that we could see some level of purges happening. All of the commanding officers of various different National Guard units that were instructed to engage in blocking actions and then didn't, right? There's a lot that went wrong with the process. And so I suspect that this is just the beginning, really, of this saga. There's a lot more to come. And again, there's so much unknown. We're all just kind of spitballing here. But yeah, that's really the only thing I will say with confidence. This is far from over.
For my own contribution to Cece's question about why begin, come this far, and then reverse, I'm actually more focused. I'm less focused on why did he agree to a deal. I'm more interested in why did he start in the first place, because I think that if he was forced to start, then maybe he made the best of a very bad situational play, and that even though there's a ton of uncertainty from our perspective over whether this deal is even good for him or whether he'll be shot immediately upon, and they just tell everybody he retired to Belarus, that and so I've put at the front of the nest the second item back. I had a collection of brief conversations on potential motivations, and it starts with the idea of a rumored arrest, and that goes to when I started the space and I said, well, what kicked this all off? And it was Prigozhin making submission to the criminal tribunal to have Shoigu investigated, and that it just seemed like the natural culmination of the tensions that he had pushed for, and that maybe he had overplayed his hand slowly but surely, didn't realize he was overplaying it, then suddenly got information that he was going to be arrested or otherwise taken off the field, and that he felt, perhaps he had several days or weeks to say, this pressure is building against you. What are you going to do? And this is what he came up with in a couple of weeks. But the reason I raised that's an understandable narrative of you've overplayed your hand slowly and it's now existential. But there are some people I respect, like Rob Lee in particular. If you look in that same motivational, that same tweet in the nest, second from the left, about motivation, Rob Lee is up there suggesting he thinks the precipitating issue is this MOD contract point. And you'd think that if he was just going to be arrested outright or killed, that the MOD contract would be irrelevant. And if it really comes down to a question of control over Wagner and like continued political power, it seems like a much larger gamble. Maybe it all works out to the same thing, in that if you lose your political power, you lose the protection that keeps you personally safe. But it's interesting to me that some thoughtful people are suggesting that it really is more of a technical power struggle than it is sort of a question of, two men walk in, only one man's going to walk out. But I saw John came up, I think, in connection with Cece's question. So I'll go to John, then we'll let Cece kind of wrap up or rebut.
Thanks, Michael. I'm not sure if you saw it over the past couple hours, but about an hour ago, Washington Post released a story with some, based upon some quotes from some U.S. intelligence officials. Per the intelligence that we had collected over about the past week or so, it appears that the opinion of the U.S. intelligence community at this point is that Prigozhin's likely motivation was the June 10th contract with the MOD issue. That appears to be their tentative conclusion as of right now.
Yeah, I saw Rob Lee retweet that, which supported his opinion. But I guess it's the flow downstream from that in terms of, does loss of control at the MOD contract level, is that an existential thing for Prigozhin personally? Because then it kind of resolves itself. But if it's just a matter of ego and continued fight for political power, then it's seems like a much riskier gamble.
I'd argue yes, because above all else, Prigozhin is an oligarch of sorts. He's a businessman, if you will, and Wagner is his primary business venture, his primary asset or collection of assets.
Sorry about the delay. It'll be interesting to see if U.S. analysts are taking that position, whether they come out with any more detail on, as to their thinking, why they think that. But Cece, you had started these questions. Did you want to come back in?
Yeah, just really quick. So Prigozhin has a couple different personal companies that own mines in Sudan and a couple other countries, and so I just don't believe at all that he's going to retire in Belarus. I know most of us don't. But I mean, the purse strings are not going to they're not going to retire the person in charge of the purse strings because he's so personal. They can't just put someone else there. He's so personally tied into Africa. He's not easily replaceable. But damn it, I did have another point. And then, I know what it was. And so today, I know Ukraine had some gains, some significant gains. But my question is, because of everything that's been happening, we've all been paying attention to the coup. Were there any significant discernible changes in fighting because Prigozhin just carved out morale, right? So are there any, besides these, gains, Ukraine, which can be, part of that, did anyone see any reports of things happening that would tie the two, that would be indicative of the two really tied together?
You may or may not have heard, we did go through a bit of a discussion of the impact on the war, including the report that there had not been a meltdown at the front in terms of Russian defense melting down. That did not happen. We also saw a tweet from Tatarigami where he was reporting personal information about the way that the revolt was being reported to frontline troops who didn't have access to other communication mechanisms. And so it's sounding like no. However, the things I saw before the space were potentially some advances into the urban portion of Bakhmut and a claim of an attempted river crossing near the Antonovsky Bridge. I just don't know if that's true. But beyond that, I'm not hearing a ton of new developments.
Well, the cool thing about Michael Bond spaces, everybody, is that they're recorded. And if you don't have the liberty of paying close attention for 5 hours, I get to go back and listen to the parts that I missed. So yeah, thanks, Michael.
You're welcome. It does mean I have to pay reasonable attention for 5 hours. I saw Aristonkle, you were up next and you were just waving. Did you want to go ahead?
Yeah, sure. Thanks so much, Michael. I wanted to keep this discussion going about this Prigozhin piece and the motivation as to why he started this to begin with, because I think it's a fascinating question. Because if we're talking about the handing over of Wagner to the Russian MOD as being the starting point, the catalyst that really kicked all this off, it seems as though the end result is still exactly that. I mean, he has, as a player, been completely removed from the chessboard. He's being exiled to Belarus. It seems like Wagner's being disbanded or, at a minimum, disorganized. And it makes no sense to me as to why he didn't finish the job. And I have a couple of thoughts as to why that might be, as to what happened here. And him going to Belarus, I mean, Putin's security guarantee, just ask the Ukrainians how good that is, right? So either he's arrogant and he thinks that he can somehow escape Putin's wrath in Belarus, which is really a client state of the Russians to begin with, or was highlighted, I think, Michael, you mentioned this, he was somehow informed that he wouldn't have the same results as he had in Rostov. But if there's an existential threat to you, you're going to keep going. As he said in one of his voice memos, they were ready to fight to the death. And the third option, which I think is completely nonsensical, but I'm going to say it, is that Putin was in on this the whole time and was using this as a catalyst to have a change up of incompetent leadership at the head of the Ministry of Defense in the form of Shoigu and Gerasimov. I think that's completely false and wrong, but it is a possibility. But Putin comes out of that looking incredibly weak and crippled, which is what he does look like, even though he saved face at the very last minute here by avoiding armed conflict in the streets of Red Square. So all of this is to say, the whole Prigozhin going to Belarus piece, I mean, there must be something going on here as to why he feels as though he should have taken this deal and why he isn't scared for his life or the lives of those that he loves. It makes absolutely no sense to me with the information that we have publicly available.
And I think the critical point there is what you ended with, which is with the information that we have publicly available. And I know I've said it several times, but this whole idea of analyzing these guys as rational actors with complete information, what we're told about the deal that was reached comes from Peskov, and that we don't, if we generally don't take the Kremlin's word for very much at all, why should we take the Kremlin's word with regard to the nature of the deal? And so that's unsatisfying in that it means we move from being in a low information environment to a near zero information environment. But I just assume that's the environment that we're in and that we just don't really know. And unfortunately, that means we have to have patience, and that some of these things, to the extent they ever become clear, probably won't be for months or years. So we'll really just have to be watching things like what I think it was, I apologize, I can't remember, I think it was John who referred to potentially Gerasimov's replacement and upper military leadership replacement, and Patrick was referring to shakeup of the Moscow, military district, and those are all the sorts of things we need to watch. I don't know that we can just parse it based on logic now. I saw several hands go up in connection with this question. I'm going to, Jacoby, was your point with regard to this question of Prigozhin to Belarus?
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll go to Jacoby first.
I just am sharing a little thread I put up earlier based on a post that Casus Belli put up, pointing out that there had been a decree that Putin signed earlier today that had been, it's a number of amendments that had been circulating and not brought up in front of the Duma for many months. And the Duma approved all of these, including the decree on the 20th. The Federation Council approved it on the 21st. And I find it just interesting that a set of laws relating to legal safeguards and grounds for exemption for criminal liability for persons who've entered into a contract of service, for example, in the armed forces during a period of mobilization, martial law, or war, would have been passed in the last couple days. And, some other measures relating to convicts who are fit for service, allowing them to enter into contracts with the armed forces of the Russian Federation. The age limit for contractual wartime service was raised to 70 years, and a couple other provisions that it's just interesting that those provisions sort of languished around for quite a while, then all of a sudden were passed by the Duma and the council, and then signed this morning. And it, to me, begs the question, maybe that was coincidental. Maybe there was more channeling that something like this was in the offing. There were rumblings of it. A number of those measures are related to, people who work in both the PMC environment and a national military, Russian military service. So
it also thinking, considering that as well as considering, the possibility of a deal, as people were saying here, we only know the specifics or the limited specifics, as far as I can tell, from Peskov. And it seems like, what they say is far, far less, important as what they do. And watching what happens, what actually happens with Prigozhin, and one other thing I would just point out is, for somebody who seems to have been pushed into a deal or seemingly, sent packing, turning around and walking away from this, he's an extraordinarily wealthy person with extraordinary ties to the government, to the head of government, to the leadership in the government. And it seems like there's an awful lot we don't see, and an awful lot that went unsaid or unobserved. And, there could be far more to this, as Michael said, I think earlier, and several others alluded to, that it is, it's a way to deal with conflict, is bring conflicting parties together and let them conflict and see how it plays out. And, the leadership of the country stays above the fray. And, that could also, that's entirely speculation, but it bears out, looking at how the actors are acting and not what they're saying. But I really want to thank all the people who are coming up and speaking, and also who are listening, and Michael, who is put together so much and sat for so many hours playing through, all the different developments that are difficult to understand before he went through them, and even now. So I really appreciate all the work that went into that, and thank you.
I guess I was going to say thank you, but I'll say you're welcome. I know that's generated a bunch of hands. I know there's an order. Since I think this question came up in regard to Aristonkel's original question, I'll let Aristonkel come back in. I'll work through a few more hands. I also know, Mark, you've been waiting a super long time. I appreciate it. Go ahead, Aristonkel.
Yeah, I agree with most of those points that were just made. I think the last one I'd like to push back on a little bit. I mean, yes, Prigozhin is obviously wealthy and connected and has thousands of armed men around him that want to defend him for a variety of reasons. But I mean, Putin has put billionaires like Khodorkovsky in jail for decades in some cases. Like, power and money are things that are given to you by the state as a sign of trust, right? I mean, this is a petro state that is run as if it is a mafia backroom playing poker. So I don't think that just because somebody's powerful and has influence, that shouldn't be, that to me is an illusion that can be swept aside very quickly by the powers that be in Russia. And I think him being sent to Belarus on the surface is Putin's way of separating him from that power base that exists in Russia for him, and might be the withering of that power before a final blow is struck, if that blow does indeed come. I think that Putin's faced with an interesting dilemma here, right? You don't have people that foment rebellions in autocracies living very long anywhere. That just doesn't happen. It doesn't happen. And so I think the most likely result here is that at some point he falls out of a window. But this is also an opportunity to show people that if a deal is made with the Kremlin, then a deal is made with the Kremlin. You know, the Kremlin's word means nothing. So it's going to be very interesting to see what happens to Prigozhin in the coming weeks and months. But if I was a betting man, I would say I would put my money on red, and I would say I don't think he has much longer.
So my own quick view on a couple of those points. Normally, I would agree with you that one's wealth, if you're in Russia, is entirely dependent on the state. But what I would suggest is, because of Prigozhin's unique position with Wagner, in that there are physical assets outside Russia in Africa that, while it wouldn't be nearly the wealth that he nominally has, there is some real wealth that he can draw on if he's able to continue to access some of those resources, which I don't think is impossible. But what strikes me is he can only enjoy that value if he is alive, and that probably the reason he continues to be alive is that he continues to have political value within Russia. And so when you say that being sent to Belarus in an effort to sort of contain him in a way that diminishes his political power, that may be a precursor to a more final solution, I think could be right. And I know there are a bunch of hands, so I want to go through the order fairly. Since there was the back and forth, Jacoby, do you want to come in very briefly? And then I think it was John.
Yeah, very briefly, I would just say Putin has demonstrated, and the Russian government has demonstrated many, many times over, that they take great interest, pride, and pleasure in, going after people that they see as troublesome. And Prigozhin has been beating this drum about the MOD for quite some time, and channeling his frustration or seeming frustration with his counterparts, for lack of a better way to describe it, that, he may be well protected, but so are a lot of people. And the Russian government, seems to like a challenge. And that challenge hasn't, if they've tried it, hasn't come up with anything for them yet. And so he's still very much around and completely in control, it would seem, of the group of people that he commands. So I would put that forward as something to, think about, as well as the idea of his political value seems pretty strong still right now, and actions will speak louder than words, I think.
To the extent that in the abstract, his continued value is almost entirely political, as in, if he will continue to be around, it is because the Kremlin needs him to be around to achieve some political purpose, or that his absence would create some political headaches. I think we can say that. We just can't say what the magnitude of that value is, or how quickly it would be replaced or substituted. And therefore, you don't know how secure he is. On the assumption that he must have some value, but we just don't know what it is. But I know we're getting pretty abstract now. I think the order was John, and then I think it was Brad. Go ahead, John.
Sorry, could y'all hear me? I was having some microphone issue.
I can hear you now. I gapped out for a minute as well. I think it was some lag, but go ahead.
Oh, okay. So what I was going to briefly say is that I wouldn't necessarily be sure that this deal is worse for Prigozhin than the contracting issue if left unaddressed. And I say that with a big if. And it depends on us assuming that Peskov's description of the deal is accurate, which is not a given for obvious reasons. But my understanding is that under the original, or I guess demand from the MOD, was that basically all of Wagner's personnel were going to be contracted with the MOD. Under this arrangement, it looks like all of Wagner that did not participate in the mutiny will be contracted with the MOD. Those that did participate will not. So in this framework, potentially Prigozhin is able to retain some of Wagner's personnel. Again, that depends on whether or not Peskov's description is accurate, and even if it is accurate, whether or not, Putin implements the deal as, described by Peskov, etc. But that would seem to be a possible reason why he might have agreed to this, that he's potentially coming off better than he would have had he done nothing. And I should make that clear. His position either way is still absolutely weakened, but it's still potentially a step up from where he would have been.
Thanks for that, John. Just so you know, guys, just had a little blip with stability in the space. So we've been running quite a long time. Maybe what I'll do is run through hands as we have them now and say that that's a good conversation. I'm sure that I know some of you have been up for almost 48 hours, but I like to be fair. And so if other people want to continue a discussion, if somebody wants to open a space to follow on, one of the regulars perhaps, let me know. We can do that. But otherwise, we'll wrap in probably 5 minutes once we run through the last issues. I think it was Brad and then John. Go ahead, Brad.
Yeah. So 2 quick questions. First one: what is Prigozhin's mandate once he gets to Belarus? And I have a follow up to that.
I think that he's supposed probably to be the I have no idea.
We don't know. It wasn't spelled out in the deal.
Right. Well, I mean, because that's what we've been talking about quite a bit. Is just we're not sure. I see Patrick's hand has gone up, but Brad, given you had a follow-on question, I'm curious what the follow-on question was.
My follow-on question is: let's assume you can't believe anything, and then ask the question: if you wanted to take another crack at Kiev, who do you send?
Well, maybe since Patrick has his hand up, I think to respond to the first part, maybe he'll also say who he would send for another crack at Kiev.
Yeah, I'm just wondering what should, if any, I mean, I know they're prepared, but is this a strategic move in some way? Anyway, it doesn't feel like it, but I don't know what to believe. It's just so weird.
Well, and this is partly why I like having the conversation up front be about the facts, because if we have this discussion about speculation for 3 or 4 hours and then we're too tired to get to the facts, then, we miss out on what we know for sure. Patrick, would you like to go ahead?
Thank you, Michael. And Michael's exactly right here, Brad. I'll stress that we're fully in the gray area here. Prigozhin's mandate in Belarus might be any number of things. Stiffen the spines of the Belarusian military, get him the hell out of Russia. It could be any number of things. Serve as a reliable force for Lukashenko in case something goes wrong there. We don't know. There are possibilities, assuming that Prigozhin retains any loyalty to the Kremlin, which, you could probably get even money on there as well. As far as who they send to Kiev, I don't think that's in the cards. I don't think that's anywhere, or if it is, it shouldn't be anywhere near their thinking right now. The Russian army has taken a body blow over this, and it's not in casualties, it's not in lost equipment, but it's going to be in morale and institutional trust. And if they have any hope of maintaining a cohesive and effective fighting force, that has to get rebuilt before they launch any kind of major operation. I seriously doubt they're thinking offensive ops in Ukraine right now, let alone Kiev. Frankly, with Wagner being pulled out, or at least some of their troops being pulled out, I would seriously be worried, were I the new Russian commander, about being able to maintain my own frontage, even with all these intrusions.
perhaps part of the pressure that was being applied to Prigozhin as well.
Okay, well, I appreciate those thoughts. Several hands popped up. I'm going to go to Exit and then Patrick. Go ahead, Exit.
Just to follow on to John's point, we don't even know the size of those two groups of Wagner forces. Like, even to put them into proportion of how many could be signing contracts or not signing contracts, how many actually participated and who didn't. Before we even have like an estimation of how this will affect the front line, getting some kind of idea of what those size, like how many there are of them, would be really important before we can assess anything.
Fair point. We're running generally on estimates, right? People were tossing around the number 25,000, but I think that was just based on Prigozhin's own claims, and that my expectation was the number was considerably lower than that. I saw some estimates that the number of people pushing toward Moscow was perhaps 5,000, but others may have seen more specific numbers. Patrick, please go ahead.
Yeah, I'll just be very brief, Michael. Aristotle, yeah, Prigozhin said specifically several times that he did not intend to interrupt ongoing operations in Ukraine. Whether that holds true is something of an unknown. There was large-scale speculation that he resupplied his own people from various supply depots in and around Rostov. There's speculation that he may have grabbed some equipment that was earmarked for units being refitted or new units being stood up with conscripts. I haven't seen hard confirmation of any of that. I think a lot of the equipment watchers will probably give us a better idea of whether or not that's true as they pour over, all the footage we've gotten for the past couple of days. But to your point, I think it's an unknown. He may have kept his word, and he may have sent on as much of those supplies as he could, or he may have grabbed some of them for his own people when he was still unsure exactly how far and how long this was going to go. But yeah, that'll be something to watch next couple of days and weeks, really.
Okay. Well, thanks for that back and forth. John Larry has been waiting patiently. John, please go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to, I don't know if anyone's already said this yet, but to me, as soon as I saw this mandate concerning the contracting issue, the first thing I thought about was that all the forces of Wagner in Africa, because essentially this takes care of all of them. This puts all of them under the umbrella of the MOD, if I'm correct, based on the wording of the mandate, right? And so that Africa problem that we were talking about earlier, in earlier spaces and whatnot, I think this kind of takes care of that. It sweeps all of them under the rug of the MOD.
That's a great question. I think I saw that Prigozhin had shared, Prigozhin had shared one clause of that agreement, but I don't think that complete copy of that agreement has become publicly available. I know I looked for it 2 or 3 days ago, and I found the decree requiring signing an agreement, but it didn't attach the agreement at the time. So, I, as a lawyer, I'm curious what specifically they include in the wording there. Yeah, go ahead.
If I could just interject, so I was more so talking about what's being thrown around right now. The idea that anybody who didn't partake in the insurrection is able to be contracted by the MOD, and that makes everybody in Africa available to be contracted by the MOD. I was getting more so at that.
Well, that's very fair. That's true too. Huh. Okay. All right. Well, we just have one hand left up. Before we go to Toshi, I'll remind everybody that this is a standalone space in connection with the Wagner Revolt over the last 30 hours or so, and that there are tons of things that remain unknown. If anybody wants to see some of the material that I developed that we spoke to over the last couple of hours, but you've joined us more recently, if you look at the first tweet in the nest on the far right-hand side, it's the invitation to this space, and behind that is the thread that contains the agenda of materials that we walked our way through. And so you can find a bunch of reference material on what happened over the last day or so. And that while this is a standalone space, I normally hold spaces on Sunday afternoons at 4 p.m. Eastern Time and Thursday night at 9 p.m. Eastern Time to discuss the events in the war in Ukraine more broadly, and also use of open source intelligence in conflict and around the world, even well beyond Ukraine. And so that means that I will hold a conversation tomorrow afternoon. It may be a little bit shorter if I'm super exhausted from spaces on my weekend, but the invitation for that is in the nest in case you want to set your reminder and join us tomorrow. If there are any updates on the Wagner developments, we'll make sure to bring them up at that point. So we'll go to Toshi, and just a reminder to the audience who may not know him, Toshi is our friend from Japan, our contact there. So I'm curious what you have to say, Toshi.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Bond. Oh, sorry. It is my strange view. Maybe somebody is a claim to me, and we are caught in present framework of the in modern days. I would like to point out Wagner revolt is looks like a historical revolt, almost like the 15th century or 14th century in Central Europe, and so I would like to we try to check in the history book in a similar situation in Russia and Central Europe. So I think it will be long term. Going to the weakness, going to the decrease of the power of the Putin and Russia, but I'm not sure what will happen within short days, 1 day or 2 days. But just we are watching to the big revolt in the history. Maybe I think. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Toshi. I totally agree that history is much easier when you're looking at it in hindsight than when you're living through it. And while it may not be popular, the one message I might be trying to convey is humility at our ability to know things, and therefore to focus on the things that we can be confident we know, without trying to fool ourselves or be particularly upset at the fact that there are a lot of things we don't know and cannot know, certainly for a long time. But anything that does become clear as more information comes forward, we'll try and bring up in our spaces. So I'll wrap up at that, and I'll say thanks. Oh, sorry. Exit put her hand up. and then we'll wrap up. Go ahead.
Just a reminder to everybody that if you wanted to watch back or you missed anything from earlier in the day, you can go to the second last tweet, so fourth one back in the nest, and it is the YouTube recording of the space. And you can watch it all back there, and you can get to see Mr. Bond's face as we're all talking. I'm sure he makes funny faces at us. Yeah, it's a great resource. Any of the spaces that we do, they're mostly all recorded there, and I would invite you to visit whenever you have a chance.
Thanks for that reminder. After such a long time chatting, I forget some of these details. But with that, I'll say thanks very much to everybody who came to listen. I thought it was a great discussion. Although quite impromptu, and I'll admit that it takes several hours to draw the materials together in the first place. And then when all of a sudden you think there's a revolution in the offing while you're getting ready to discuss it, and then all of a sudden you find out it's called off and you have to drop half your material, it's a challenge. But thanks to everybody who listened. Thanks to all the speakers. I think that, most of the people who came up to speak have been following these events for quite a long time. I'd encourage you to check out the profiles of our speakers and consider giving them a follow. And, great thanks to my two co-hosts who persisted through the whole thing, Exit and Riverside Kitty. Without your help, it would be extremely hard to do this work. And so I hope to chat with you guys tomorrow at 4 p.m. Eastern, and have a great night. I think we all need a lot of sleep.